is the last straw. You meddle in affairs above your understanding. Prepare to die.
This session. Holy shit, dude. Did we stay up to 3 in the morning last night?
Yeah.
Fuck, bro.
Oh, you guys ended up talking that late?
Yeah, the fucking time went
It was the worst idea
by.
ever.
It was the best idea ever.
No.
I felt great until I woke up this morning, and then I felt terrible.
Tired.
Until I woke up 3 hours later when Amelia woke up.
Yeah, right. Seriously.
Actually, that was me that woke up.
Yeah. True.
I let Anthony sleep and we switch off.
He just reaches over and just slaps you. Yeah.
Fucking. Well, let me just run through these notes real fast. As far as pre-session notes go, let's do the old town hall that we usually do. Does anybody want to bring anything up or talk about anything? We'll go down the line. I'm not expecting a compliment sandwich or anything like that. Just anything that's on your mind, good, bad, ugly. As far as the campaign, any particular like events or anything like that. What are you guys feeling? Let's start with you, Jesh.
I hate you. You don't pay enough attention in our marriage.
Yep. All right, cool.
I will say, Amanda put on some big fucking balls yesterday. Goddamn. So I've got popcorn ready. When you have Corvus kill her.
Good thing I do have a second character.
No.
Already made.
Is their name just called Balls? Titanium Balls?
Actually, yes. BALLZ. She's a tabaxi. She's a cat person. A very obscure character reference.
Even though she's female. even though she's female, she has a Sean Connery accent. The name is Balls. Titanium Balls. No, I have nothing.
Ooh, I don't like that one. That's a bad one. Okay, well, shit. What about you, Dan? Anything? What's rattling on the old brain case as far as this?
I had a great time last night.
Slick. Kyle, anything from you?
Was this just thoughts on the campaign?
Yeah, just anything good, bad, ugly. How you feeling about it? How's the campaign tickling your fancy so far? What's on your mind?
Good so far. I mean, we're kind of getting a heading. We just need to kind of push down a path.
Right. Agreed.
It did seem like last time we didn't really do much, like last couple of sessions, but we're getting a lot of role play done, so that just takes time.
True.
I think in the future, I think me and Josh are gonna have to really kind of focus down, because it is going to be tough getting our characters to get along, and I think me and him both need to remember that sometimes we gotta break to work together. So I need to know that I can't be that fucking evil around your guy. But you also need to realize if I do something, you can't kill me.
So that's actually a good point. You know, we do have like a player only Snapchat group, text chats, the Discords. We all have each other's like communication information to reach out to each other. And I think when we were dealing with like Bruno's character, and I think even Ricky's character to a certain extent, we were talking about collaborating and actually like getting together, because because with this campaign, one thing that I want to stress that I've been stressing, like it usually comes up whenever somebody makes a new character or whatever, there are no player secrets in this thing. We're all role players here. We can all role play information that we have or don't have, even if we do need a bit of a nudge that, hey, you don't need that sort of thing. This comes to a very specific point where like you guys don't know the characters that each other made, because you guys didn't because you guys didn't talk about it with each other, right? To be like, oh, so I'm bringing up this character, kind of like what we usually do in a session 0. It's like, well, I've got this character, to see if those two would gel. That's actually a very good point. That we have these avenues of communication that you know would benefit from being used.
When I brought up the concept of bringing a new character in, I put it in the player Snapchat of possibly thinking of multi-classing Therai for 10th level, just because I didn't want to be like, yeah, retiring Therai, hope you guys don't fucking mind, I'm gonna bring a new character in. I do this like every once in a month, so expect this guy to not last too long. But I don't think I got any interest. I think like Dan was like, yeah, do whatever you want. And I think Amanda kind of did the same thing. I don't remember exactly, but there was no real engagement there. So I was
with like cool. Memes and stuff.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, so communication.
Yeah. So after that, I was like, all right, cool. Like, that's that. I should have brought up like, hey, we're nearing the point of no return of Therai leaving, and my next character is going to be lawful good. But I also didn't realize like you were. I don't know if you were thinking about it, but I didn't realize like Deus had an expiration date on. So
I did not either.
Yeah.
No, and that's the thing is I don't assume with like I'll bring it up to you guys in warning on occasion of like, hey, these actions that you're taking would be considering sunsetting your characters for what that's worth.
Well, you and I had it planned for a while. It was just trying to work it in at a reasonable point in time without it feeling like, cool, yeah, Therai's just gonna take off on his own. Fuck you guys. Kind
of. If I remember correctly, we had talked about how I was like, hey, just so you know, that means that you're gonna go into the lion's den. There's really not a way for you to get out.
That's why I fought back.
Yeah. And you were like, well, Therai would do what Therai would do. I'm like, as long as you understand that what you're asking is basically an impossible task. Like, while in many cases, yes, there's a chance. Sure, if you go into a literal lion's den, you could survive, but it's very unlikely that you would actually survive. You know what I mean? But again, yeah, the open lines of communication are why I'm like, the first time that this happens right here, where it's like, oh, we both made these characters, like. Like that's why I say no player secrets, because you guys now have this thing which will be entertaining at the very least to watch. But
and like that's I snapped Anthony this morning after I thought he was up about like Mike, like once we leave the city, that's going to be the first time in a while that Mayo has actually left the city. He's probably not going to understand at first, like, cool, the city rules don't apply out here. And he's going to have to realize that over time. So yeah, it's going to be laws of the city versus laws of survival kind of transition. So it's not going to be like oh, you brought up some skeletons, you're fucking evil, I'm gonna fucking murder you. No, it's not gonna be like that. Mayo also realizes like there's a lot more than just law. There's other facets of his tenets as well.
Also, I mean, it wouldn't be the first time somebody's played a lawful stupid paladin. You know what I mean? Yeah. It wouldn't be the first time that we've had that we've had a paladin like out a bunch of people for being evil against those people's will in other campaigns that we've played. Yeah. Like, I mean, that's kind of par for the course on that one, but yeah.
I mean, like, yeah, I don't. As soon as they leave this, like, if in the city, he actively sees you raising dead, he might be like, yo, that's against the law. Like, unless you got a license for that or something.
That's against the law.
Yo,
You should know.
yeah.
We're not down
But,
with
like,
that
once
here.
it's outside
Show me the
city,
law. That's bullshit.
I need to go find the Oblivion. Hold right there, criminal scum. You will violate the law. But no, like I was snapping with Anthony this morning. There's not going I don't plan on playing him of being like, fuck you. You broke the law. We're going to police right now. Especially once you're outside the city. That cool. Where are the fucking guards at, dumbass? They're not here. So I don't plan on there being a conflict. There might be RP moments of contention, but I don't think there's gonna be like, you have to duel me right now. Fuck you. I'm gonna kill you, kind of thing. But yeah,
And to that same end,
we probably.
to that same end, I mean, don't get me wrong. I don't mind if you guys end up going into PvP for what your characters would do. You know what I mean? As long as we're all in the understanding that this is what they do, then it is what it is.
I think just first impressions are kind of confusing because we all have that. We want to make things like mesh and go together, but when we see like the townsfolk, which we do or don't really give a shit about, get killed, we're trying to do the right thing by protecting them. So I think that's the only thing where it's really confusing. Like, okay, well, I mean, I think this is what we'd have to do, sort of deal.
Yeah, and
same kind of thing. Like, I mean, we saw the other wizard, completely kill two other guys, and we didn't like, let's get them. We kind of accepted that. Oh, okay.
yeah, that's a fair point. Yeah,
That is a fair point.
and that's also to the notion of what would your characters do. Some characters don't care about the laws. Some characters do. If your characters come into conflict at that point, then your characters come into conflict at that point, and that's why we role play, and that's fun. Allegedly. But yeah,
Allegedly.
that's a good thing to bring up. What about you, Abbott? Anything that you want to bring up? Anything that you're feeling about this good, bad, or otherwise campaign?
Well, since you asked, I'm fine with everything so far. I mean, I don't really have anything that like I'm upset about or that I disagree with that's happened. I think that like in game when things happen that are like, I don't know, like handled oddly, or I don't know. It's an opportunity for RP. So I really don't have any issues, except for I hate Josh. I'm just kidding. I don't hate Josh.
I mean, listen.
He did roll that 5 initiative with Keksi a couple of sessions ago.
You're dead.
Oh yeah, I completely forgot about that.
I'm just
No, Anthony was rolling, and I was just role playing. If you go back. To
Yeah. That's it.
Yeah.
But yeah, like I don't have anything. I mean, just to kind of touch on like what Kyle said, it felt like we were kind of going slow for a little while there with a lot of RP, but now we've got so much juicy information to go off of this last session, that like I am super excited to continue on down like the path that we are currently on.
Dope. I like it. I love it. I need it. All right. Well, that is that. We have had our quarterly town hall, and let's drop into the recap before we hit the goals, and we'll do this. So.
Can I do goals last?
No. All right.
Honestly, if I'm being 100% honest, I haven't even thought about goals. Usually I think about goals throughout the week, but since we had a session yesterday, I have not put any thought into it. I've been so tired today. I just been trying to survive. So I'm probably going to steal someone else's.
Well, good luck.
I'm ready.
If you can't come up with goals, then I guess
I might have a goal that we can share. But yeah.
Meeting with tribute. Keksi and Kaioken attempted to barter for the life of Deus. Summoning Corvus to the room, the two were reintroduced to Deus, or whatever flesh-warped abomination that once was the Blind Knight. With a final warning and a thanks for the interaction, Corvus left with Deus in tow. Tribute gave Kaioken an alternate quest pertaining to the one from Grimtooth, imploring him to use the Voidstone setting as opposed to the Endowance Crystal setting to cripple the Arcane Eye. Filling in some further details, Tribute dismissed the adventurers to their day. Upon exiting, the duo split to find some guards about an impending fight between commoners and hunters members. Keksi met a knight named Mayo who assisted her to the volatile situation. When they had reconvened, Kaioken had attacked the hunters members, which set off a series of events. Simultaneously, a mysterious man appeared with a group of hooded men around him. The hooded beings launched into a highly coordinated attack plan that took the lives of 3 thieves and 2 commoners. After clarifying with the guards and a Sons of the Axe member, Keksi went back to the Adamantine Anvil to retrieve her shield while Kaioken and Mayo waited for an official response to their inquiries. From there, Kaioken and Mayo set out to go to Mainlanders to report to Argroth, the first knight of Kauran, before investigating more for the hunters' locations. So, we're going to dive into their goals. Dan, the man from Pakistan, Kaioken, what do you got for goals?
I'm switching up my short terms, but for my sessions, I've got 1, get back to Keksi, and then 2, find the source of the undead problem. Is it vampires? And then get a lead/progress on finding Hunter's hideout. And then for short term, help Commander Porter put an end to the hunters, and then learn more regarding hags, since that's been like fucking 10 sessions ago. I've just moved that to short.
Slick. Okay. And then what about you, Jesh? What's Mayo got for goals?
Oh, wrong tab. First goal is learn more about the party members. Second goal for session is find out more about the skeletons, especially who is in control.
Sick. Any personal goals, long-term goals? What? Oh wait, no.
I mean the long-term goal is to find his brother in Halberd,
right,
and the relic. But I haven't come up with the short-term goal yet. I figure either tonight or tomorrow night I'll have something.
Double sick. All right. What about Sir Nigel?
Okay, we'll go from the bottom. Now we're here. New goal. Session goal: reconcile/meet with new group. Session goal: join group. Session goal: gain new minions. Session goal: keep minions hidden. Oh no, that was the old one. I failed that one. I had to delete that. Gain new allies. Oh, I guess that's kind of redundant. Short. So these are my big goals.
Wait, how many of those that you just listed were short term, and how many were session?
I listed 4, but 2 of them are the same thing. So I said those. They're 3 sessions.
Okay, gotcha.
Gain new minions, join group, and reconcile.
Gotcha. All right. And then now onto your longer term goals.
So at the tippy top, my ultimate goal is to gain true immortality.
Dope.
My long-term goal is revenge on my old Black Veil allies.
That is triple dope.
Short term, just strike back at Black Veil. Short term, gain powerful undead allies.
Nice.
And then there's just the session goals.
Well. Keksi, what do you got, homie?
I also put to meet back up with Kaioken because I know he was going to the guard post and I didn't know what his fate would be. So I was gonna go check on him after I got my shield. I am wavering on my memory. It's been very difficult lately. So we know that Therai went to go talk to the hunters, correct?
Yes.
And
Yeah.
we don't know what his fate was.
No.
Okay, that's gonna be a session goal for me. I want to know what happened to Therai. How do you spell Therai?
Therai.
AI. Okay. And so my session goals were meet back up with Kaioken. Therai ? Another session goal is to open my tome to talk to General Gaieta because some of you don't know where I went, but I need to talk to him. Short-term goals, I still need to do the researching for the Black Veil and the Arcane Eye, kind of what their shit is. I still have on there to find out about Mori, but that's just kind of filler for right now. I originally had research hags to session goal like Kaioken did, but since that has been forever now, I also moved it to short term. And then
Sick.
my long terms and personals are still pretty much the same.
Dog. That's so sick. All right. So, that being said, I believe that's all of the goals, right? That's everybody that's here. There's goals. Let's go ahead and launch right back in, where we're gonna pick up with Therai's corpse. No, I'm kidding. Where we're gonna pick up with Keksi. You leave the adamantine anvil, and I believe last night you had said that you wanted to
I was gonna go through the district that I wasn't familiar with.
precisely
On the way back down.
the husbandry district, I
'Cause
believe.
it was during the day, so it's not like I was in there at night.
Right. This is now like right around, if I had to call it anything, I'd say about 5 or 6.
In the
In the
morning?
morning. Yeah.
Oh shit! I thought we were like at 8.
Oh no, you're right. Sorry. This would be about 8 or 9. Yeah, because we started last session at about 5:30
Kaioken
ish.
and I were in the Black Veil for like 3 hours had passed.
Right. So when you guys had exited that, it was right around 8:30. Let's just call it a solid 8:30, and then everything coming to like the battle, the knights, the Keksi leaving, and that took an hour and a half already on its own to get from the very southernmost point of the city all the way to the very northernmost point of the city. We could say that took like an hour and a half, I believe I said, and then getting all the way up there. So what is that, 9:30, 10 timekeeper? All right,
sounds
cool.
right.
So let's call it 10 o'clock, right? That way we're starting off at a nice even 10 gongs of the old Ben that they've got up at the north side. So you're coming out after being aggressively hit on by guard Snivy.
Snivy, that's what it was. I was
Right.
Snikel again.
You
Your
should
romance
just call him
could start
Snickle.
at midnight and goes till 3 a.m.
Right.
Every night.
Every night he'll be there. Every night. So you go, hey, you know what? I've never been here before. As you begin to head to the east, you notice that there was the husbandry, or not, the non-paral district has like basically like one main road that kind of goes from the crane at the south end and kind of wraps around the cliffside of the what is that called, of the pit. If I were to put a number on it, I would say you can see that. So wraps around to the north and then to the east, and then you hit the adamantine anvil, which is like right around. It would seem that some of my my texts have, some of the texts that I've put in are gone, but right around at the very tippy top of the non-paral district is where adamantine anvil is. So to continue to the east, and the road kind of, first of all, it goes from cobble to closer to like a dirt with like like almost busted up cobble. Like at one point it had a finished road that wrapped all the way around, but it has since sort of been kind of reclaimed as it kind of fades into a very hard, compact dirt road. And you notice that there's a lot less cobblestone like flooring and whatnot. It turns back into a very earthy like ground around you, as you begin to see like from 2-story buildings and whatnot to like farm buildings, 1-story ramblers, stuff like that. There's a couple of windmills and shit up there. As you begin to make your way into this different district, it ends up looking almost in itself like a different town altogether. I'm gonna drop everybody into the husbandry district map. So where you end up is literally the first stop on your left. You would hear the sound, what sounds like the sound of battle happening. You would hear the clanging of sword on steel. You would hear people going ha, huh, ha. But what you see is this like 10-foot tall cobblestone wall. It almost looks like what is that, a palisade? Is that what a castle wall is called? Yeah. You would see this like 10-foot tall cobble palisade that you would hear this sounds of battle from, and hanging over this massive, like, it looks like a scaled down double door that's slightly ajar. It almost looks like a castle in its own. There's this wooden sign across. It's like roughly about 16 feet long. It says Mainlanders, Manelandder, then apostrophe S. So I'll bring you up, up to the top there, is where you would be at. As you begin rounding that corner, you're noticing there's a lot less like shopping going on here, right? There's not like a whole section of food carts and stuff. You're seeing like wells. There's a lot of more blue collar, like people happening. Wagons are taking straw and like farm vegetables. There's people moving cattle and whatnot, and like actively doing like the farm life as you begin to make your way south. Go ahead and roll me a D100 as you traverse the area.
Ooh, big money. Go live that bag of holding.
Ready?
I'm ready when you are.
Here we fucking go. 61.
Dope. Okay, so on your way down, this is going to take you the better part of an hour. The few things that you would see are me scrambling to get back to my locations tab. That's right. Bow before my greatness. So there we go. You would see shika right here. Hiya. You there? Hiya. You see that ping? You would see this sort of like ruined tower. This tower looks it looks like it begins to creep up. It has this like almost like ivy-esque overgrowth. Like it looks very antiquated. Like it goes up very like smooth sheer lines that kind of like almost have this slight arc in the middle, and then it snaps off and it falls, and so you would see almost what looks like a space needle if it were made out of like flat stone, has like fallen over and has crumbled on the way down. Most people don't really pay any attention to it. It looks like it's just some old ruins that they never cleared out. As you begin to make your way to the south, and you're just looking for Kaioken, and
I've never explored this area before. I know where Kaioken's at because they said where the guard tower was. I'm just taking this trek back down to the dockside area, right? Is it dockside?
You're going back down to dockside from the husbandry district, right?
Yes. So just because I'd never been through this way before, I figured why not?
Dope. A couple of other things. You would see another set of very obvious ruins as you make your way south. Right here. Hiya. right there, past one of the giant cranes. So these two upper levels, they both have these cranes that swing over hundreds of feet long, and they pick up people and drop them to these platforms, or they move like equipment or items or whatever. As you're passing one, you notice that what looks like a small castle. This looks like a literal castle, like the old Scottish ones, but if it were about the size of like our house. But it's been just sort of like dilapidated and kind of like caved in and old, same like growth all over it.
Man, I wish our house was like a castle. Like a small.
That'd be so
With a
fucking
moat.
sick.
Yeah.
Oh my
Trebuchet.
god.
Or next.
Drawbridge.
Yeah.
Yeah, and crocodiles inside of the moat. So,
Hey, you
I want otters. They're cute.
that's terrifying. So,
The Amazon like otters that kill freaking tigers and stuff.
Yeah.
that's a thing. Jesus.
Trying to come to my house
They
and fuck
fucking
with my
drown.
shit.
They drown tigers. They gang it and just pull it underwater.
Yeah.
That's absolutely disturbing. So,
Well, hold on. While I'm walking past this ruins, like, is there any like plaque anywhere that kind of describes what these ruins are?
give me that old investigation check.
Oh no. Well, why are my dice different? Why did you change my dice?
Not looking like you're seeing any sort of like heading or anything like that as you kind of walk up to the front, what you would consider the front, I guess, of this area.
It's just a bunch of junk. I'm gonna keep walking.
Okay. So
Really clean this up.
Trash.
so you make your way to the south, and the only other things that you would hear is you would hear somebody sort of like a barker, like what you guys have been used to, like in the other areas, talking about it would be this sort of like halfling fella, very short, this like sandy brown hair. He looks very sun-kissed, like almost to the point where you know how you get sunburned and then it heals, but it starts like peeling. So you would just sort of see like these slight peels across his like his cheeks, across the top of his brow or his forehead, and it just looks like he's just been out all day working in the sun. As he's like, make sure if you need anything of tinctures, medicinal salves, go to Salvatore's. Well, see for yourself. And you see he like takes out this bottle, and he this bottle is like a really wide open top. He takes like 2 fingers and he like smears this salve across his forehead, and he like rubs it in, and you see like it looks like it sort of like almost kind of rehydrates his skin.
Ooh,
and he's like,
Aquaphor.
yeah, it looks like very sticky, almost like a Vaseline. And he's like, see, look, it protects from the sun's, harmful light. And that's what he's doing, is like, people are like, okay, that's weird. He's like,
That's pretty much how Keksi is too. She's like, oh, okay, well.
it's the best for tinctures, your healing needs. See, look, it makes me look a couple years younger.
I'm gonna keep walking.
All right. So as you keep walking to the south, you find yourself at the. You have the option, if you want to, you can pay fare to get Crane down, or you can take the stairs all the way down.
How much is the fare again? Like 5 gold or something? Silver?
Yeah, 5 silver.
Or 5 silver.
Yeah, 5 silver if you're by yourself.
Silver. I will pay that silver, cause I don't want to walk no more.
All right, so you begin waiting in queue after you pay for it for the to come up.
Remove.
All right, we're gonna go ahead and cut over to Nigel.
Oh, get a piece of pie.
So you have made your way all the way back up to in an impossibly fast amount of time. Almost a ridiculously like unrealistic amount of time.
Clarence is quick when I write him.
Yeah, all the way back up from the southernmost point of this city, all the way back up to the northernmost point of this city.
But you're getting pie, Amanda.
Yeah, she's like, I gotta go jerk it. She's like, You find yourself at
some of that cream pie.
at the old cemetery, the place where you've been a resident as well as a worker for the last decade or so. What is Nigel doing after he takes the soul of the one person and that he breadcrumb trailed dozens of miles to the north?
So after he kind of sucked his life essence, that would be I don't know. I think we have to do this.
Do what? What's happening?
I hit to attack.
What? For what?
Because I have to do this to suck him.
Well, you don't have to do that.
Okay, sweet. I didn't know if I had to or not.
In this particular, like, if you're doing that to someone who's conscious, then yeah. But remember, you had Clarence.
Yeah. Sleep. Okay, I didn't know. I just realized that today, and I was like, oh, I guess I should have probably attacked. But yeah.
Point of note. Don't forget, Clarence only lasts an hour. The beginning of that's fine. We can hand wave that. But like from this point forward, don't forget. Yeah. Clarence just sort of dissolves into nothingness. Yeah. All right.
So he's gonna kind of. No, well, shit. Now I gotta drag his ass. So he's gonna kind of drag the guy over to. So his lair. Sorry, I'm bringing up his lair.
Right. At the cemetery, he's got his own quarters.
No, it's a spell.
Ooh. Is it the Magnificent Mansion spell?
It's kind of
Leoman's tiny hut.
Fuck, I'm pretty sure it's on this page.
Auto Luke's Magnificent Mansion?
I'll find it. I'll find it. But pretty much, it's if you do this every day for a year, it stays forever.
Oh, like the Hallowed spell, or
kind
Sacred,
of.
Or Sanctuary.
I'll find it when we're not doing something. But
Okay.
Pretty much it's a layer by layer thing. So he kind of drags them over to like where these other bodies are.
Okay.
He kind of puts them with them. And then he would sit down and rest, and he would basically have to take a short rest so that he could regain a spell slot.
Sure.
So he would do a short rest and do arcane recovery,
right?
So that he could regain a level 5 spell slot.
Okay.
And then he would spend the next 10 minutes casting Animate Dead at level 5 and regain his 6 skeletons.
All right. So,
and then
taking from the plentiful piles of bones that you have in the cemetery, you're able to re-resurrect your boys.
Yep.
All right.
He pulls the backpack off and gives them all short swords and short bows.
Ooh, nice.
And then just rags from the corner to give them cloaks, just kind of raggy cloaks.
I see. Galder's Tower.
Oh, I think that's it. I know it's
Gotcha. Yeah. Okay.
And then he has his squad back.
All right.
Minus Clarence.
Of course.
Okay. So, where they might have all gone to jail. I definitely don't want to go there. But where have I been seeing them lately? Can I roll a history check on where I've seen them before?
You're talking about the party?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead. Roll me a history check.
Because he does know of them. That's why he seek them out.
Okay.
Rolling. Unnatural 20.
Dirty 20? All right. Did you say an unnatural 20? It is unnatural. So you would recognize them from a few spots. You would have been called out, or at least you would have been called out to retrieve, I think, unless you're not that type of person. To the Adamantine Anvil post like vampire massacre of a bunch of, I think there were like 7 or 8 common folk that had been killed, as well as the skin husks of several people who all sort of resembled the same person with a white bowl cut and blindfolds around their eyes, or it's entirely possible from what's another point where you would have seen them. You after that, you likely would have just seen them down in Dockside at any point during the riots that had happened from one of them casting, or not casting magic, but one of them becoming like a center point of some sort of pariah. So pretty much, I mean,
I know a lot about where they've been.
I don't know if you would necessarily call it a lot, but you would know the points where they made the biggest, like, hey, we're here. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But recently, I've just seen them in Dockside.
Like literally just a couple of hours ago, yeah, you would have seen them in Dockside. Beyond that, you most likely would have seen them at Adamantine Anvil. That was kind of the other big point, which would have been about a day and a half ago. So
okay, so we've seen them recently around Dockside, but the Anvil. Sorry, I keep changing up his accent.
Yeah, instead of it, I'm like, no, that's fine. Yeah.
He's crazy, okay? So
Yeah.
At the end of the campaign, he's just gonna have 20 different accents, and he just revolving doors.
He'll go back to Deckard Cain, like right around the point where he hits level 20.
So the Anvil is where I've seen them the most, but I've seen them in Dockside recently. Well, anyways, boys, we can't look evil this time. That obviously didn't work. Make yourselves look happy. As the skeletons kind of like look at each other, they go to his study where he has his ink and his ink pens and his parchment, and they start drawing like flowers and stuff on their cloaks and sunshine and rainbows. Perfect. Would disarm them with happiness and sunshine and rainbows. They'll never know how. They might not even know we were the ones there last night. That would be for the best. All right.
Okay.
Once we're done with that, our first place to look. Which one's closer? Probably the Anvil.
Oh yeah. Adamantine Anvil is just a couple of miles away.
Now, hide your weapons. Draw on your smiles, and pull up your hoods. For we must go.
All right, you guys do your necessary preparations to do that, and you set out to the Adamantine Anvil. You and your 6 companions, right?
Yes, now
Perfect.
it's just down to 6.
All right, so
Because I'm not going to waste another spell slot for clearance.
all right, so you end up making your way down there. When you get to the Adamantine Anvil, you would find there's an awful lot of guards and investigators here. I don't know how recently, like I don't know how you would have stayed there to like see what was going on over there, but it would appear as if the guards and investigators have kind of set up shop and almost taken kind of ownership of the bar, where previously you would have known it as like a bar. Now it seems less. There's not really like patrons there drinking and eating and whatnot. It's more like cops, like setting up shop. Would you go into the Adamantine Anvil? Yeah.
right. Andrew, Benny, Curtis, Dan, Ernie, Frankfurt, you all wait out here. But don't look threatening in any way.
You just hear like chattering teeth.
He heads inside to kind of peruse around. He would take off his hood, but he still has like this face mask up covering down here, so he still looks terrifying with his red eyes.
Oh yeah.
And mask up, but he thinks putting down the hood is
Yeah.
like, okay, now normal, you know, insidious, normal, insidious,
Yeah.
normal, insidious.
Yeah. Naturally. So, pulling down your hood.
Superman's glasses.
What does he look like? Like what does he look like without the hood on? He's got red eyes. Is he pale? Is he tan? Does he have?
So he has, you know, just alabaster skin, just perfectly unblemished, like you would think like a vampire would have, but he doesn't have vampire teeth.
Well, you couldn't tell because he has the mask anyway. So you know.
Yeah. He has red eyes, and he has pepper hair. Like, you know, when people are old, they got like kind of mostly white, but it's not all white. So he has mostly white hair, but you can see that he used to have black hair.
Okay.
So he has this young person like face and body, but he has an old person hair.
So he kind of looks like a salt and pepper albino.
Kinda, yeah.
Okay. Sweet. Yeah. So as you, what?
Quick question. Like, so when he sucks the life force out of someone, does like some of that youthfulness come back, or no? He still looks the exact same.
So from what happened to him, he sucks life force out of people to pretty much, if he doesn't, he'll die. So think of it like you know, Hocus Pocus, when they're like you see that aura around the little girl and they kind of suck in the aura. That's what he does.
A whole lot of sucking going on here.
Yeah,
buddy.
Oh no, you guys can't hear this.
It's
Well,
blowjob
no,
for
you
life.
can, but yeah, she's over here doing the song. Thanks, Sarah Jessica.
He signed the eternal contract.
That is
with
all of our
DJs.
childhood, like
Yeah.
part of our childhood. It is
Good
a
movie.
classic, iconic, amazing.
See, what's funny? He also, his spellbook, you know, their spellbook had that eye. His spellbook just has a tongue.
Gross.
All the taste buds are dry on it.
Yeah.
And lotion it.
It actually serves two
every time
purposes.
He reads it tries to lick him. Like, stop it.
Stop. Not now.
Except for those few nights where he's particularly lonely. So,
Yeah. When Clarence isn't there, he's like, "All right, you can
all
do it
right,
now."
yeah, okay. So you make yourself more presentable, and you walk into the adamantine anvil. When you go inside of there, like what used to be the bar on the side is still a bar. But there's just cops behind it. They've taken all of the tables and benches and whatnot, kind of made it into this bullpen where you see a bunch of guards, and not like a bullpen, what they call the bullpen, you know, like the floor or whatever, where everybody has to like share space for their desks and whatnot. And you see there's a bunch of cops all over the place, investigators, everybody.
Skulk. Okay, sorry. That was the word I was looking for when I said, now we go skulk. And then, because every time he moves,
Gotcha.
he does the crouch.
Oh, this
And,
is
like,
great.
So that sorry, keep going. That was just
So-
the word finally popped up in my head.
So you enter in, skulking. You open the
essentially,
door, and you see all of these cops here, just sort of business as usual. And one of them kind of looks over at you, and he's like, "All right, that's fucking weird. What? Oh no, did I froze? Yeah, I froze. Yep. Here we go. We're doing this. I fucking love it so much. I sincerely wish that I would have taken a screenshot of what everybody's faces look like when I started doing that, because it freezes you guys for me, and it was gold. Kyle, you were looking up like stuck like that. I'm like, what? But yeah, so
your face was like,
yeah. So
You had this
Like
look
this,
of-
like
Yeah, that's a really no. So you come in and you hear like what the cop that's at like behind the bar closest to you is like, all right, what can I do for you?
As he kind of walks over to this guard, right? It's a guard.
Yeah, he's a guard.
You can see he's like trying to go from shadow to shadow, but it's like just kind of, you know, you can play this in, but
you
it's like he's playing Watch the Lava. So he's like, and he skulks over the guard. Greetings. Like really close to him.
Yeah, he kind of like, all right.
Have you seen my companions around here?
Well,
They're adventurers.
right. What they look like?
As he's like clearly doing this like smile here, confusion here. He's just
What
What they look like, what all adventurers look like. One's half animal, half human. The other one's a giant who hits things first, asks questions later, and the other one's a no do-gooder with white hair, and the last one is someone I've seen around here before, but they're a busybody. You know what I'm talking about. The type that just don't know when to go away.
You know, I kind of know what you're talking about.
It smells like death in here. You smell that?
Well, that's because recently there have been dead people in here. But, you've described many people of the city here.
Hosts with big boobs.
Oh.
He has a modest bosom.
In fantasy times, big boobs.
Okay.
Oh yeah, that one.
Sea spray later.
She's got very exotic armor.
Well,
it's the highest
actually,
tier.
real quick.
Highest tier.
I guess also the only Goliath I think I've seen.
Oh, a Goliath. You would be looking for Boudreaux's farm for a Goliath, but
No, not a. This definitely doesn't seem like someone who works at a farm.
oh well.
He looks like if he punched you in the face, you'd be knocked out for a very long time.
That sounds like Glenn, but if you're
And
talking
what else
about
explain the goat.
oh,
Does
what?
Glenn have goats?
I mean, he's got a farm, so I assume so.
Any other Goliaths? I don't. He's new.
Personally, I haven't. Wait, you say a new Goliath?
Yes, new.
Right. I think I know the one. There's a whole thing
Some of
circulating.
your friends. What's your name, God?
Snivy, you buried my friends?
No. Excuse me. Here's my card.
Oh, you're an undertaker.
It just says, "Give me dead people."
You're an undertaker.
Yes, an undertaker. I run the cemetery down. Up.
Right,
yonder.
just a couple of miles up there. Oh boy. You know, they said you guys were a little off kilter, but this is a little ridiculous.
You know, if you help me out, when you die, I'll give you a discount.
Actually, that's a pretty good deal. You know how expensive coffins are, right? They're like 160 gold a piece. Well, coffins, you know, the boxes that they put you in.
Oh, those boxes. Yes.
Boy, this got playfully morbid. Well, if you're talking about the new Goliath that's on God Commander Porter's new special task force,
Porter.
yeah.
He's my
You know.
number one customer. I love that guy.
I believe it. Yeah, Well, he's got a new task force, and there's a Goliath.
You should have saw the amount of traffic I got last Valentine's Day. Out of nowhere.
What's a Valentine's Day?
Last love festival?
We have a love festival here?
Last time we had a happening.
You mean when the plants started making people kill themselves?
That was the one. That was the one.
Oh. Huh. That's a really obscure reference to a shitty movie, but you know, I think I'll take it. Well, that last event where Porter went off his rocker, I'm trying to keep it together. It's so hard. All right. Well, it sounds like Porter's got a fan. That's pretty good for you. Well, if you're referring to the Goliath that's part of his new special task force, we just got word, literally minutes ago. He was down at Dockside, down there at the precinct, the central precinct of Dockside.
Is he gonna be hanged soon?
Actually, that was the question that they had sent, was whether or not to hang a guy who says that he works for Porter. But you know, as it turns out, he's official, so he's not going to be hanged anytime soon.
Ah, yes. I was also thinking about, you know, what type of rope you would need for that thing.
Is he pretty big?
He looks big. I've seen him up close, and it's pretty big.
Right. Well, use a chain then. I don't know what to tell you. But yeah, he's down in Dockside.
All right. Thank you, God. Not important. I shall be on my way. Make sure that if you die, to mark yourself somehow so that I know about that wooden box to put your stuff in. Ta-da!
Wait. Did he just call me not important?
Yeah, as you leave, you just kind of hey, I don't know what you just said.
I do the skulking scuttle away, just quick.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't care. You're not important.
I feel like it's like watching a man walk through like a windstorm.
Yeah, basically.
You know what I mean? Imaginary winds. And he's like,
Yeah, at first thought of it, because you know in Hocus Pocus they lock arms and they do.
For me, all I think of is especially with the way that you're talking, it's like he's kind of crouched and his feet kind of shuffle because he's wearing slippers.
He's definitely a Mr. Magoo.
Imagine an old person
Punches his shoulders up and walks out of there
wearing slippers. I love it.
Yeah, he's a really old person in a young body.
Yeah.
So
Boy.
he skulks out. Come on, boys. And he kind of he starts going down the dark side.
All right, so you start going down to Dockside.
The skeletons are outside.
Did you say dark side?
Dark side.
Dock side.
Come to the dark side.
Outside, the
What have I
skeletons
done?
are throwing a ball back and forth with some kids. Leave them.
So you begin to make your way to the east. I assume you're going to head through the husbandry district on your way down to the south. Sick. So let's go ahead and take it back. Kaioken, mayonnaise, you guys
All over my fucking monitor.
You guys were just discussing going to Argroth, so that way Mayo could report his day's work to the first night, and then after that you guys were going to reconvene, try to find Keksi, and then look into the hunters' locations of their potential hideouts.
Yeah.
All right. So you guys are making your way north, right? Do you guys want to take the lift up, or do you want to take the stairs up?
I think speed. Kaioken would start to look at the clock and then start to kind of think back if there's a pause in conversation between us two, and then start to kind of calculate. And then it takes him a while, and then he goes, "Oh my god, Mayo. I don't know, Mayo. I don't know what you know about General Porter's plan, but we have about 9 hours until the first.
Actually, so at noon, 24 hours will have elapsed.
So we have another
Oh,
24?
So you would have another half day
We'd have about 16 hours or so.
Until the 36.
until the 36, right? Which is when he'll
Okay, 'cause
start his
I've been trying
plan.
to like do the math on, because I know we met with him at 7, and then there's travel time. Then he told us after the executions. Then this
So
is the
yeah,
thing that's
yeah,
gonna
yeah. So
happen.
so
But I didn't take notes as specifically at specific times.
I
just have,
gotcha.
like, the start and the end of session.
right.
So middle.
Yeah, he told you guys basically at noon that 36 hours from then you would have until he started his plan. So he wanted report by that time at the jail in the non-parial, and then about 8 hours to 10 hours after that would be the crescendo of his plan.
Okay.
Whatever
4
that may
hours
entail.
At noon is when the 36.
Yes. Yeah, so at noon, this day that you're at currently, will have been 24 hours elapsed.
Okay.
All right, so you have like 12 hours until. So you're like, oh shit.
Approximately 9 to 12 hours.
Yeah.
We have
Yeah.
a problem. I don't know if you're free in that span of time, but if you want to maybe save some lives and some innocence, I think we should start really getting some progress done, because
This would be something to talk to. Oh, that we would have to talk to Argroth about.
right.
I don't. Guard Commander Porter, General Porter, whatever he's calling himself this day, tends to be pretty
Extreme.
That, but also like prideful. He thinks the guards good enough. Rarely does he actually call on the mainlanders for a lot of stuff. So I don't know if there's plans for the mainlanders to already be there on the front charge, or if we're just not even being told about. So that's probably something we should bring up to.
Did you hear of the execution? Maybe like all like 8.
Yeah, you would've heard about
rangers
it.
And their hunters, and then 2 alleged vampire, or 1 alleged vampire was killed. Well, I think maybe the rangers and their wolf companions probably weren't a part of anything at all, but they fit the bill, and that was good enough for Porter, and that's what I'm worried about.
See,
The dossier had a lot of names in it, and we don't know if all those names are correctly associated.
if you tell him that there's a criminal that's murdered a lot of people called Albert, he will gather up every Albert and then proceed to execute them all.
Then you know exactly the type of person I'm talking about.
Yes, exactly.
I want to do some damage control. You cool with that? Finger guns.
I am. Now that we mention it, I don't really know your or the lady's name. I mean, there's no introductions. I'm Mayo Matsudaira.
I can only assume you guys are doing this as you're walking.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, like, like,
Yeah, yeah. You guys are like
they were
on your
walking,
way
like,
up.
side by side, and now like Mayo's like jogging backwards. It's like I'm Mayo Matsudaira. I don't usually give out the last name because it's not important. I'm a knight with the mainlanders. You know, pretty important stuff.
Hey, Kaioken, guess what name rings in your mind?
Wait a minute. Are you in relation to Emiko in any way? Emiko.
Never heard of her. So he asks you. He drops the name.
Yeah, I've heard of her before. Pretty cool girl. Heard a lot of things about her.
Yeah, she was a fantastic woman. One of the strongest I've ever met.
I've heard the same thing.
All right.
I'm doing that like eyeball thing, covering half of your face with my. Doing the other way, see the jaw, go to the eyes. Interesting. I like your garb. It's very familiar to me. Very exotic. Some sort of exotic land. It's almost
Like from the
uncanny how
Far
familiar it
East.
is. Ah, nice halberd.
Does it twist in the
Interesting.
middle?
Does it twist?
All right. So, you guys are doing this whole like, will they, won't they, meet cute as you guys get to the top of, you've ridden out the platform, and you guys would actually see Keksi waiting in line as you guys got off.
I'm marking off 10 silver right now.
Perfect. 10 silver marked off. Keksi, you would see Kaioken, since he stands about a head taller than most of the other people, stands like a couple of hill giants and, you know, a couple of like furbolgs and shit that are on there. You guys see each other.
There she is. We gotta get to her. Hey. Are we like? Is there like a big distance between us? And we're like, hey, no, you.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
It's like we're just being shuffled.
It's-
and
Just like jump up in a straight,
She just
mirthfully up.
she does the Super Mario like hold it and then or the Luigi but up, and you guys just see. Oh, there she is. Yeah, it's like being at like it's like being at like Safeco Field in the middle of a game. There's just people, just a sea of people, but you can see it, and then it's like but yeah, you guys ultimately will end up getting together.
I'll make my way towards them.
Okay. Keksi, we've got to start doing some work before Porter does his, thing.
Yep.
We were gonna go over to Argroth's. He has some information on stuff. You want to go do that?
Yeah, we also should try like see if maybe Therai went back to what's that shithole that he lives in called?
Dockside East-West.
Yeah. We should see if maybe he went back there because we haven't heard anything from him. So
That is true. And
Yeah.
we also are very close to Argroth. That I looked at Mayo.
Yeah, he's just a little walk away.
that's fine. I'll go there.
Yeah, we should definitely see where he is, because I wonder if his inky arm's doing okay.
Yeah.
Kind of a new development as of a couple days ago.
So, Mayo, as they're having this conversation, you would not recognize the name Therai in particular. If anything, you would know him as like the local healer, because there's really only one traveling healer in Dockside, which is why Dockside is always just filled with the sick and the dying, because nobody else really gave a shit except for the one person. If they were to drop that he was the healer, then you would likely know who they're talking about.
There's been no story. It's just
Right.
name.
Yeah, there might not have been much in the way of
There's been no
overlap.
Kaioken names.
Right,
It's just
exactly.
been Therai's name.
Yeah, and so so getting to that, you guys begin making your way to the north. So let's see who's gonna do it. Kaioken,
Yes.
Dan, my man.
Yes.
Roll me the D-Hundy, boy.
Can I do physical?
I don't care.
Let's do this one here.
See, every time you say that you're gonna roll physical and then you don't.
I bust them out every night, but this one's like everyone thinks.
Yeah,
so
sure.
this
Do
one's
it.
here. 9.
Magic weapon up.
Okay, hold on. Okay.
Glad I forgot I did it.
Fuck. Okay.
Or something on.
Hold on to your dick skin for just a moment.
I'm gonna go cover the baby back up
Okay.
and turn off some of these lights.
So, shit. There's a lot of things that you're about to uncover. First and foremost, as you guys are walking,
Amanda's happy dance. Did you see that in the camera?
yeah.
That's so funny.
As you guys are, holy shit. As you guys are walking, you're going to. Let me get to the map here real quick. So, you guys are down here by the south, right? You can see this map of the husbandry district, right? This is the whole farmland area. So as you guys begin walking, it probably takes about a good 30 minutes or so. You get to the point here, right? I am making this
Yes. I see it.
ping. So you get to the point there, you look over and you see these ruins. Immediately you recognize these ruins. The ruins here are actually the entrance to the Jurassic Jaunt from back in the day, where the Dino Riders were. Just throwing it out there. You see this.
I'm doing that thing where like things kind of look familiar.
Yes.
I'm kind of doing that but there's like new streets and buildings
Exactly.
that look familiar, but they're decrepit or they're built up and like extended upon. And I'm like, man, I could have swore it was around here somewhere. As
The
I
thing
see these
is-
ruins, I'm like, oh my god.
Exactly. The thing is like, if you remember, it was basically an outhouse that you open up the door and it's just a single stairwell down. You're looking at it and you see this big castle like obstruction right around it. But in the ruins, you would recognize that it looks like, Jesus Christ, she's doing the camera thing.
Damn it.
You would recognize oh boy, here it comes. All right, you would recognize the fucking oh my god.
I love how
Hold on.
shaky it is every time. It's just
Every single time, yeah. Yep.
It's gonna fall.
You want some help there?
No.
You gotta relax it a little bit more. You can bring it. That is not.
that's fine. That's great.
That's
Don't touch
yeah.
it.
That's
Damn
not.
it.
Okay, hold on.
There's a little
I need to
clip
get
on
my
the back.
own ring
All of
light.
that. All of that. For the same position as earlier.
Help me.
It's got like that weight clip, right?
But also. It's washed out.
That's because of the light. Turn off the light.
Yeah, it's your light levels are all. Oh, there you go. Okay. So, fucking.
I didn't know this monitor could go down.
Yeah, the monitor goes up, it goes down, it goes all around. Okay. No. Oh my god. I just want to take a couple pictures. The Dahmer meme. I just want to take a couple pictures.
I like that better.
All right.
Yeah.
Are we good? I can't tell anymore. Okay. So, as you're looking at this this castle, you would notice this sort of almost like a rotted out wooden structure built onto the front wall of this thing. So what at first looks like a castle, looks like the castle was actually built onto the back of an outhouse that rotted out. But you're like, holy shit, this is the Jurassic Jaunt.
Oh my god, guys, stop. I gotta go just see something, and I just fucking run away.
Wait. Keksi follows. What?
You start charging. Does Mayo go with them?
Yes, Maya will follow.
Dope. So you start charging, and immediately you get up to it. You look. There's it looks like the wooden structure itself has kind of sunk in on itself a bit. So you just kind of fucking shove shit out of the way. I know it's here. I shit you not. The inside of this, you see the stairwell. It is as if it just looks like overgrowth down these stairs, and you actually can see charred fucking wood at the very base of this structure where it just comes off the ground. You see that there's char, and immediately your mind is flooded with the grenade, the whole thing. You guys, boom. People coming out and screaming out of the rubble.
Minor illusion.
The minor illusion of a dragonborn so far away, flying up in the sky. You guys running and literally just hiding in a field, laying down for hours while these guards ran around you. Dude,
I got to a tree at some point and read a book.
You turn around and see Mayo, and in his spot you see Emiko with 2 barrels full of salted meats.
Yeah, it's almost like a mirage. It's a mirage of just
oh my god.
I thought we would need this.
Music just starts evaporating out of Kaioken as it.
That's right.
The recorder version.
Yes. Oh my god. You two. This place, a long. I've heard a long time ago there was a place to a fantastic realm called the Beastlands, and this place was ruined for everyone. And I know who the person's responsible, and he's paying me back for it. But okay,
You guys can both give me a history or a religion or an arcana check to see if you guys have heard of the Beastlands. But as they're doing that, Kaioken, you're regaling them with these. Oh Jesus, Lord!
I'm trying to be a little evasive on, like, obviously, like, how I know it. I'm not trying to give my age right away, but it's pretty apparent.
So it would be very apparent to Mayo, because as long as Mayo has been here, which is within the last 10 years, this building has looked exactly like how it looks now. Dilapidated, overgrown. It looks like nature has sort of reclaimed it like back, right?
Yeah, no one's bothered with
Like
it,
your mother.
Like your mother.
kidding.
But Mayo, you would know kind of about the plane of the Beastlands only in name, right? You've met some very supernatural people in your times, and those people likely have traveled to other planes. So some people would have like kind of been like, oh yeah, there's like the Beastlands where the wild things are, shit like that, right? Is about as vague as it can be in reference to that name specifically.
but like, no one's ever like restored the building or anything. It's just kind
nobody here has ever
there's
restored
ruins
it.
there. Yeah, no one mentioned it, kind of thing.
It's almost like treated as like a historical thing. There's a few spots in this area or in this city that are treated as historical monuments. And this is just one of them. So as Kaioken, as you're like blah 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 blah, the Beastlands, blah blah blah, you look over and what do you know? You see a ruck.
I see something.
It's like there's like this tall like grass that's sort of been grown over, and you could just barely make it almost like a rabbit hole, but it's like grown over what looks like a canvas bag just lodged into the side of this building.
It just looks like a rock, Kaioken. We have important stuff to do.
Yes, you're right. I'm gonna block this, but we have to come back. And I'm gonna rub this in John's fucking face so hard.
Rub what?
You're not making a whole lot of sense.
Massive turds of giant beasts that we can tame.
There's a canvas bag in the wall, but
I thought you were saying
a ruck, like a rucksack.
I thought it was a fucking dinosaur.
Oh yeah, you see this massive dino turd.
Sounds like
I go over to the bag.
Yeah. Okay, so you kind of like look around.
I didn't say any of that. I misunderstood.
Okay, so you run over to this thing that's kind of like laid up against, and grass has grown over it. You almost imperceptibly didn't notice it, and you pull it out, and it's a bag about yay big, about yay wide. It looks to be actually like wrapped, and then like it like the wrappings have made a little fold. Inside, you notice a pair of gauntlets. They look like they're what are they called? They're gauntlets. Yeah, they look like they're like full forearm gauntlets. They have these odd. They almost look like tapioca balls on the ends of the knuckles.
Ooh. Okay.
That are sort of like set into like jewelry setting at the knuckles, but it's a pair of them. They look like they're made out of steel. There's nothing particularly like flamboyant other than these weird gelatinous squishing them. They actually they have the same texture as like an eyeball. They,
ew, touch this. Ew.
Yeah, you guys all take a turn. Like,
smell it. Does it smell weird?
It doesn't really. It smells like earth. So you have that.
Nice.
I try and squeeze them on.
So yeah, you're able to fit them. You're able to fit them on. And so you're wearing them. They're pretty comfortable. They look like they were built for a man with like a person with a bigger set of hands. Like a size 11 safety glove.
With the tapioca, I don't know if you heard that.
Oh, yeah.
Smacking, but I'm rolling the eyeball squishy bits together. Oh,
So yeah,
nice.
as you do that, fuck, you have a beard. As you do that, your beard hair starts to kind of like float a little bit. You see that there's a slight dull light in the middle of them as you rub them together, and you get the same sensation of like a static, like.
I stop, wait for it to go away, and start doing it again.
Yeah.
And then I touch Keksi.
Yeah.
And I just go, beep, just see what happens.
All right,
So
1d4 electric damage.
So you do a thing and you yada 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 yada.
Yeah. And then I'm like, come here, let me see.
Roll me a spell attack.
I look like a crazy person with like a fucking sleep beard where it's like all over the place.
Roll me that little purple die on your spell attack.
24.
Yeah, that definitely hits her AC. I am looking for a specific spell that I will give me 1 sec here. Hiya. Because I the first time I want to be able to do this and it's going to be fun. Don't you look. You look over there. Get out of here. Get away from me. All right, so
she's like a toddler with presents. If she knows they're there, she will find them.
I want to find them.
Can't help.
okay, roll me 2d8.
Uh-oh.
2d8. Oh, pop. 8.
8 points of damage. You take 8 points of lightning damage as you just barely even touch them to her, and you cast basically shocking grasp on her, and so it's almost like a bong, and like the connection makes like a as Keksi kind of gets launched back.
Are you okay, Keksi? Are you okay?
Keksi's body goes stiff as a board when it connects.
Exactly. Oh, that was made with advantage. Roll me that spell attack again.
Oh, okay.
Advantage?
Yeah, shocking grasp rolls at advantage if you're wearing metal armor. Just wanted to see if it critted. So Keksi, you can't take reactions for a minute, or for like a couple of seconds as you get buzzed. You're like, it kind of stuns you like a taser.
Oh shit! What the fuck?
I'm so sorry, I didn't know. We just found them. These jelly belly knuckles are, like
Jelly belly knuckles.
I'm so sorry.
Starts to nosebleed.
It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. At least we know
So-
what they do now. Just don't do it
that.
again to me. Do it to someone else next time.
Right, yeah, bad guys.
So I will have to make this item, but you have these pair of gauntlets. Just know that when you do that discharge, it looks as if those things have drained a bit. Mm-hmm. So you're like, oh, okay. Now they're not doing it quite as much. It looks like it's taking more of a charge this time for you to be able to do that.
Okay.
But yeah, so just so you know, this is the side effect of these gloves: is you're going to be able to cast Shocking Grasp a certain number of times per day without requiring verbal components, and the somatic component being a hit.
Goal done. I never thought would happen. I put Find Magic Weapon in so long ago.
Not a magic weapon.
Ah, fuck.
But it is a weapon that has that can cast a spell. There is, trust me, I promise you, it'll all make sense in just a moment. There is a thing about it. So
Okay, I think we should come back here later, but yes, we would. Yeah, let's go.
dope.
Our breath.
So you guys begin to make your way up there. It takes probably like another 30 or 40 minutes. You guys get back onto the main street and you go to head up. Once again, Keksi would be able to point out the dilapidated tower that looks like a space needle that fell over. Kaioken, give me a history check with advantage, as you're very likely to know what this is.
Click advantage. Natural 20.
Dude, that is the sickest thing when it pops up here because it says plus advantage and it gives you like both of them. Anyways,
yeah, so if you right click on the skill, I don't know if you guys knew this, I just discovered it yesterday. Right clicking on your skills or attacks brings up a thing to do advantage or disadvantage.
That is so dope. Because otherwise, otherwise with Beyond 20, you can either hit Shift or Control to automatically send that. But this is so much nicer.
Yeah, right click.
Okay, holy fuck me, that is awesome. So, on your way up, your Kex is like, yeah, and then there's this needle, this tower over here, bro.
There's just a lot of garbage around here.
Oh, cool! You can roll crits.
Oh, that is fucking sick.
That's a lot easier.
I love the future.
Crits.
Right click at the damage.
Right click the damage and click crit.
Oh, crit damage, yeah.
Oh, nice.
I'm doing it every time now. I'm critting every time. No, I'm kidding. So, that is fucking awesome. Kaioken, does a bundle of lightning javelins sound familiar to you?
They do.
This is the wizard tower. The one where the Illithid was the headmaster of this tower. Bro, you're like, oh yeah, this is where we just got all of the magic items.
Oh my god.
Every single one of these
motherfuckers. Oh my god. Everyone, things like this, and I put up the knuckles, and like, have been made at this building long time ago.
This is just another like historical monument, right?
Another historical monument. No one's ever fucked with it as far as you know. Nobody's ever, you know what I mean? Like, nah.
Should we jaunter that way or just keep it?
Keep in mind, this thing looks like the Hanford tower, like the Hanford stacks. This thing is huge, and then it cracks over. So it looks like if you took a stack, like a nuclear stack, and then put another one upside down on it.
Hanging,
Yeah. So this is like huge, massive.
I mean, the more time that we are out here exploring the historical sites, the more time that we're.
Kaioken. I don't know why you're so interested in this right now. We got things we have to do.
Yes, you're right. Let's go.
I mean,
so,
their historical build. They're not going to be. Like, I believe city mandate 12A says that any historical sites claimed by the city aren't to be touched or remodeled unless like the highest of clearance is granted, which
fucking nerd.
You know Preston. That's not gonna happen.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
I mean, our general Preston.
All 8 of the magistrates would have to sign off on something like that, and that rarely ever happens. So
it's never going to happen.
Then we have to come back here.
Why did you look into my bylaws, you fuck? So, you guys begin to make your way up beyond that point. So it takes you like another 20 minutes or whatever, and you guys get to mainlanders. Kaioken, Keksi, you've already walked past this. Actually, I'm sorry. Before you even get to mainlanders, Nigel, you're walking down, these guys are walking up, and you spot them. Are you gonna try to hide from them and like kind of or are you gonna?
So as Nigel's walking, he's writing on a parchment. As he looks up and notices them, no, it's not ready. Inconspicuous circle. As they all kind of lock arms and kind of go in a huddle together.
Inconspicuous circle.
Okay, boys. The plan is simple. Like I said before, we need to appeal to their generosity. They're heroes. So we must apologize. Because as much as I think that they won't recognize you, they might. And I, being a genius that I've grown to be, have invented something I like to call the card. It's good for any occasion. Someone dies, you give them a card. Their birthday, you give them a card. No one's thought of this but me. Anyways, I need you all to sign this card. I ran out of ink, so just dip the quill into this, and we should be good to go. So he hands this paper, parchment, like opens it up, and each skeleton kind of like digits, like can barely grasp, pen, and just kind of scribbles the name he named them in this card as it goes around the circle.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is it a sorry I killed all those people card?
Yeah.
What? It's just
I'm sorry I murdered
on the
some
outside. It just
millions.
shows a black hooded
I'll
person
tell you
with a
what's on the
sword
card
through a
once they get the
commoner,
card.
and then okay, all right. So so you're writing that out. Are you trying to not be seen by them?
Yes.
Roll me a stealth check, and then I'm gonna need the passives for everybody else. Keksi, what's your passive perception? 13. All right. What is the passive perception of Mayo? Oh boy.
Oh, this dice freaks out when you crit.
Yeah, it turns into a what do you call it? A mimic. 12, and then Kaioken, your passive
19.
perception. All right. So none of you guys see him as he just sort of. The inconspicuous huddle actually worked. You guys don't even. You're just like, oh, and then there's this magic tower, and then there's these gloves, and then there's and you guys are like, whoa, Kaioken is like super like hype about this as you guys walk right past, going to mainlanders.
Amanda, I know you're muted. I could still hear you. Anthony's mic.
So
Yeah.
as soon as it comes back to him, he would stand up straight and turn towards the party. Are they still close?
Oh yeah, close enough.
Adventurers!
You guys all hear the declaration of war.
Keksi like jumps at the sudden booming voice.
Yeah,
Words
unless
escape me.
Unless it's training, no one yells like that. So immediately, Mayo's hand is like going to a weapon. The other one is like getting like in a defensive stance as he turns around towards the voice. Yeah, as he's like,
Kaioken has a
Miles.
PTSD flashback, and all he hears is "Warriors, come
Yep.
out and play!" with like beer bottles on his fingers. I'm like,
In fact, 2 of the skeletons are sitting there with bottles.
yeah. Okay.
Right. So
I turn to look. Yeah.
How far away would they be?
they're probably about 20 feet away.
Okay, so he's staring straight at you guys, and so you would see the guy you saw last night. He's obviously the red. His outfit looks the same, so he's in a black cloak with his red glowing eyes,
Oh, this morning.
and it's shadowed as much as he can.
Mm-hmm.
The other ones with him are wearing tattered, kind of gray black cloaks that have really childish drawings on them of like little animals, flowers, a sun, a rainbow, but it's only like 2 colors. Forward! As he goes another 5-10 feet. Arms! They kind of shoot their arms out to their sides. Apologize! They all kind of bow. He kind of does the one arm. He does the one arm bow.
What is
Greetings.
happening?
Greetings. I think that we got off on the wrong foot there. You may not remember me. I saw you earlier this morning. I was with a couple of bad eggs, a couple of bad hombres, if you will. I went and got new friends. These are my friends. That's Andrew, that's Benny, that's Curtis, that's Dan, that's Ernie, and that's Francis.
Frankfurt.
Well, if those are new friends, then why are they apologizing to us?
Yeah.
I am apologizing, and I needed emotional support because I don't do well alone.
Oh.
Oh,
Yeah, that tracks.
I would like you to accept this offering of friendship. As he hands,
A card.
he puts a card on for him. He doesn't know who to give it to. Kinda just,
I'll reach out for it. I'm just like, okay, well, what is your name? As she...
my name is Count Noyogel. I am the local undertaker of this beautiful town that I love and cherish and respect.
Keksi opens the card.
So the front of the card, it shows a bear that's frowning. It's been colored blue.
Why so blue, Panda Bear?
Yeah, it says, "Why so blue, Panda Bear?" And inside it says, "Sorry for the dead guys." Frowny face. And it says, signed Nigel. And then really horrible, like, scribbles of what you could interpret being Andrew, Benny, Curtis, Dan, Ernie, Francis, but they're spelt wrong.
It's as if someone else's hand had written it, like using their hand.
Like you with your children, when they like write a card back to their
exactly. Yeah. Okay.
If you also I wouldn't touch the ink, it is poison. Anyway, if you all would give me a chance.
He closes the card right away.
Nothing glows better than poison. It's a beautiful green luminescence. But yeah, don't touch it.
Kaioken. Here you go, Kaioken, since you like it so much.
I like the bear.
Anyways, I'd love it if you would give me a moment or some time to speak in private. I think that we might have things in common. Maybe even possibly enemies in common.
Well, Count Nozzle Gel, we have a place to be. And if you'd like to make some coin,
I will go with you.
Oh, okay, perfect.
If your friends that accompany you today are similar to the friends that you,
are you a god?
No, I am a mainlander. My name is Mayo.
Oh,
You would know that mainlanders are knights.
Oh. Mayo. Do you have any dead relatives?
Not that I know of recently. I mean, if you want to go back far enough, you know.
Oh no, I meant recently. Maybe you've heard of me. I've been the Undertaker here for about 10 years now.
Oh, my relatives aren't here. But needless to say, we're going to the headquarters to report to Knight Argroth right now. If your friends are anything like yesterday, I would recommend perhaps not bringing them inside of the keep. This morning, yes.
Oh, yes. Indubitably, it's definitely 12's a crowd.
So, just so you know, Nigel, you would know Argroth in name and title only as the first knight of Karan. Having been here for 10 years, you would have, likely heard the. Yeah. So he in person does not really leave mainlanders. He does train the knights, and then mainlanders are knights that are basically like contracted out within the city. Not quite the Sons of the Axe, but not quite the Guard. Somewhere in between. They do a lot of work in conjunction with guards, but also separate from as well. In your sneaky time holdings. Mayo, I don't know how often you come in contact with the dying or the dead.
I don't imagine it's fairly often.
The Undertaker doesn't really have much of a reputation. You know what I mean? Because I
mind my own business.
Yeah, I would assume mostly he doesn't want to be in the eye of, nobody likes to deal with the dead.
Yeah.
Most people don't. So here you guys are. Yeah, you guys all begin to travel together then?
Yeah, Nigel kind of stays in the back, kind of slunking in their shadows.
Oh yeah. Okay. So, give me a perception check.
I was just gonna say, does he see something odd with my shadow?
Ooh.
Now give me an Arcana check.
Ooh.
Hey, Nigel, here's something odd. This shadow behind this satyr woman moves of its own accord. Many times you would, because you're in the shadows, you're able to, like, you know, you have to see where they're going. And this shadow, on a few occasions, as you go to step into, like, it moves out of the way.
It's like me fighting Peter Pan shadows.
Kind of, yeah. As you're like trying to, and then you're like, okay, hold on. This immediately would recognize, like, something is very off about this shadow specifically. And so as you're like, you're trying to recount, you're like, you specifically, you know whose work this is. You know that this is that the whenever something like this has crossed your path, it has been
Corvus.
It has been at the detriment of the person who the shadow is attached to. Make me a history check now. I'm going to send you something in your DMs.
Slide.
We about to be best
You don't look.
friends, y'all.
I'm not looking yet, but I will soon.
But it was soon.
I'm gonna go change my batteries.
Okay. Is there liquidative in this? Then we are good. Okay. That is what you know.
He would attempt to put his hand on her shoulder.
1 sec. Say that again. Say that again.
Oh, me?
Yeah, you.
Oh, it's alright. I'm in the DM, so I can only see who's talking. He attempts to put his hand on Keksi's shoulder.
What are you doing?
I
Why are you touching
understand.
me?
I understand.
What are you talking about?
He has hurt me too. But
Keksi's
the devils as my
doing somersaults, trying to figure out.
the higher beings is my witness. He shall not absorb you, young hoofed one. You have been touched by the deceitful god of lies and betrayal, who sits soon at the bottom of the hells. Corvus. I know his dirty work.
Maya
So-
is going to
But
immediately
as he's
attack and
talking,
be like,
he keeps trying to step on the shadow with like his right foot, like the whack-a-mole.
Wash it out.
Okay. What is Maya doing?
as the old man's Noigles, Papa
You just call him
Noigles
Nigel.
voice
Imagine he's
gets
just
louder
speaking
and
with an
louder.
accent.
Like at first he's like, his ear perks up, and then he just turns around and he's like, it seems like there is a lot we must discuss as a group, but maybe not here. You know, volume down just a tiny bit. A lot of people tend to peer into conversations that don't belong to themselves.
You're right.
Keksi leans
Sorry,
in.
sometimes I get so full of rage that I need to express it.
I know what that's like.
Boys, express it.
leans
This- all
closer
the-
to
sorry.
Nigel, and she goes, "You're going to come with us. You're not leaving my site right now." And she's very, very serious as to what he just said. She knows that nobody else outside of the Black Veil and of our party knows what's happening with her. So it is very serious that he is like fully aware of what her situation is and the deep-seated hatred that he also has for Corvus. Keksi is very intrigued.
I see this.
I
Right.
too am.
Go ahead.
Sorry. As she's whispering that, he's not used to someone being in his bubble, so he's kind of like uncomfortable. But as she says that, he's like, yes, sometimes I'm just consumed with my hatred. But he's right. I've been in hiding for too long to break it now. Oh, boys, express my frustration. The cloak guys just kind of raise their cloaked hands in the air and just...
At this point, it looks like a robe that's too long, and so the sleeve is just sort of...
Kaioken, what do you want to say?
Oh, as this has happening, Kaioken would step forward and see Keksi's interest and put a big paw on Nozzle Gel's shoulder, and and say, yes, more friends. We all need more friends to help us with our problems. I'm glad we met you today.
Let's get all of the stuff done that we need to get done so we can have some private conversations away from prying eyes and ears.
Here's the skinny. So we gotta stop the hunters. We gotta stop the.
Kaioken!
Whoa.
Oh yeah.
It was funny because he literally was just like, let's not do this here. You're like, all right, good. So here's what we have to do.
Mayo is gonna like full on like 180-degree turn in front of them and just stop and go, listen. Whoever you are, that conversation can wait until we are inside the strong.
Yeah, Kaioken grabs a sleeve of Nigel and a finger of Kaioken, like leads them along, Nigel. Like, come on, boys, and watch out for my shadow.
And then he keeps trying to stop it.
So
it's
that
like
discussion, tall sir, in the mainlanders.
Yeah, I forgot.
The other discussion, somewhere else.
I had proverbial dogs in my head. I had to let go potty because they were scratching at my door and making noise, so I kind of missed it. But
yes, those strong metaphors.
Them along as
it's like a soup, but there's too much soup, so I had to let some.
No. Okay.
Get it back, baby.
Okay.
And then I didn't have any more room for the tube meat, so I had to dump some soup out and add more water, and then the ratio was all off.
Let's take a very quick break because I have to dump tube meat soup out of my meat tubes on Grandma's nightstand.
No.
Give me just a few minutes, then we'll come back to it. Holy shit. That would then mean that the meats of tubes have been drained of their soup into the nightstand. We can now continue. So you guys make your way while you're having these conversations of shushing each other and so on and so forth. You get to the front palisade wall with the slightly ajar double doors. Mainlanders across the front. Please, Mayo, you kind of push the door open a little bit more, and you guys as a group enter. Do your helpers enter as well?
He does the same thing, stay outside, looking conspicuous, don't look threatening.
All right. So they do that. Give me one sec. As you guys enter, Mayo, you don't have to do this, but entering this place for the first time, I am going to need Nozzle Joe, Nigel, Kaioken, and Keksi to go ahead and make me charisma saving throws.
Ooh, charisma saving throw. 15.
Karazama
19.
16.
Yahtzee!
Oh, okay. So, Nigel, make me an Arcana check. The other two of you guys, you feel, Nigel, you immediately understand that if you were to try within this space, you would not be able to cast any sort of spell that would allow you to teleport. Misty Step, Gate, Dimension Door, none of those will work in here, and you immediately understand that. It is a byproduct of the area.
In this building?
on the once you cross over the threshold. You're not inside of a building. You're inside of basically you're like in a front area, like a when you guys go in here. Yeah.
The air feels so heavy.
Yeah, the Keksi and Kaioken, you guys would all three of you guys would be rebuffed. Like not rebuffed as in like repelled out of here, but you would like weird. There's like a weird air.
Like a
yeah.
or something.
Yeah, like walking through a spider web.
Yeah.
You're just like, oh, weird. Okay.
Okay, so I can just tell. Okay, I can't cast any teleportation type of magic in here. I don't detect any other like I can't do's.
Let's see here with
Technically, like scrying.
You certainly could try, but you cannot. Nothing else is immediately apparent. Just making sure. Yeah, nothing else is immediately apparent. So there's that.
Okay. Can I attempt with an Arcana check to see if there's any scrying going on, or that no?
Only way you'd be able to know that is to cast a spell.
Okay.
Oh, I mean, sorry, to see if there is scrying going on.
Yeah.
Usually, isn't that a byproduct of the spell when they target a person in particular, they get a wisdom save?
So yeah, if you were being targeted by which Nigel would know, if you were particularly being targeted by a scry spell, then you would have made a wisdom saving throw of some sort, right? Whatever that would feel like.
But if I cast detect magic, then I could tell if other people around me are.
Yeah, you would be able to see who all is underneath a magical effect. Yes, and you would likely be able to tell. You can give me a perception check just to see if, with the naked eye, if you can see the little white mote of scry, if you so choose. No, it wouldn't. Because you're literally looking for it with the naked eye. Yeah, rolling an Arcana check wouldn't give you like a soft detect magic or anything like that. But the perception check would definitely denote whether or not. And you don't see the familiar white mote of camera that is a scry spell as you enter.
I think my perception will look for the scrying spells, like comb, like looking for lice.
Yeah, basically, yeah. So you're combing the air. No, so as you guys enter in, you guys all feel that, and what you would see is you would probably see about a dozen or so people in similarly dressed attire to Mayo. Some of them in plate, some of them in chain, all practicing. Like at this point, you would see a row of training dummies that are all just like beat to shit. They all look like they have withstood like the test of time. One in particular, at the very head of it, has been blown up. So you would just see a stump, and then it just looks like what trees look like when they're like basically just blown down. The other 11 have somebody here, ha ha hoo ha ha hoo ha ha, and you guys would see a very interesting tiefling, kind of pacing up and down as he's giving critiques to people, like. Using, well, he has this super like he has a great axe basically, but the head of it looks like it's made out of rock instead of steel, or maybe it looks like slag. You know what I mean, like hot slag. Yeah. So semi-molten. Yeah, exactly.
Different areas.
Exactly, but it creates the like a one-headed supermassive axe, right? Underneath of which has the soft glow of hot metal, but it's on a pristine, like bone white, double-handed handle, and that's kind of like on his back. Every once in a while, he'll take it off, and he swings it as if it's a rapier. He just kind of taps someone underneath the elbow when they're doing their swings to keep their elbow up, and so on and so forth. Let me see if I can drop a picture for you guys. This tiefling is very interesting in his own right. Immediately, you guys are like, "Oh, that has to be a warforged. This has to be a robot," because this tiefling.
Xixis.
No, well, so because he looks like metal, you turn around, and as he makes his way down, and he's on his way back up as you guys are approaching, this tiefling looks as if his skin has flecks of silver underneath. So he looks almost like what is those like the liquid core dye, how they're always super shimmery. He looks kind of like that, almost always sort of moving with this sort of silver shimmer.
Ooh, yeah.
As he makes his way, and he's literally only wearing like a battle skirt and a breastplate, and he has this axe that he carries. Let me grab the picture of.
It reminds me of the Awoken from Destiny, where like their skin has like a translucent, like moving effect.
Oh sure, yeah. All right, so let's bring ourselves. Come on. Over here, and then we will he is right. Hiya. All right, now I will put this up for everybody to see. This is what you would see on Roll20. He has one busted horn. His horns look like they start black and then they go to a bit of a whitish, almost like tinned at the end. He's got this goatee that has these white highlights, almost like they're like a gray highlight. One at the bottom of his chin, one like either end at the bottom lower mouth, and then he has his great axe. But other than that, he's very scarcely like. He doesn't look like a normal paladin. It's really weird being able to see bags under somebody's eyes, but you can immediately tell that this dude looks exhausted and tired. Like he looks physically exhausted, as he's just like, ew, up, arms. All right, good. And he walks to the next guy, and so on and so forth. And as he comes up. You see he clocks Mayo, he clocks you guys, but that's about it, as he's like still like going through his training critiques, and he's like, men, remember, intensity and speed. The strength will come. Attack, as he's like going through this. You see these people are actually like taking his, like, you see these guys like explosions of like quickness and speed and quickness, and they all of them almost simultaneously, as he's passing by, as he's saying these words of encouragement, they all start cutting down these training dummies, like with cleaves of great swords, long swords, and he's like, all right. And you see these guys are pouring sweat. They're in full 120-pound like plate mail. Some of them have shields. They're looking as if they are in battle, and they just did their last sprint with all of this stuff on. And they're like big heaving breaths of all like orcs, humans. There's like a couple of like genasi looking like earth genasi, and so on and so forth. Like they all. He's like, all right, men, this is good. Take lunch. You get 15 minutes. Come back. We're gonna hit it again.
It's a rough lunch.
Yeah. I mean, there's no unions, so the AFL-CIO has been long disassembled. As you see,
no longer exists.
Right. As you see, like around the back, there's like about a half dozen or so of these like little, almost kind of like freshly teened, like squires. They're like these, like, hey guys, like they all look awkward in their own skin, like oddly large Adam's apples for these like the youngest people you've ever seen, like younger than Connor, and Connor was like what, 21, some shit like that. Yeah. As these guys all come out, and they're wearing like baggy chain shirts and shit like that, and he's like, dig these up, go ahead, bring out some more training dummies, have more ordered. So on and so forth, blah, blah, blah. And he turns to Mayo and he's like, Mayo, welcome back. Your shift is over then.
Yes, I came back to report that. There's some concerning information that I believe you should hear about First Knight Argroth.
Excellent. Who have we brought to the camp this day?
These are some friends I met while on shift. This is Nigel, and I'm going to like over here to the left, your first prize, and then I'm going to go. I haven't quite caught these two names, but they were there at the scene, and they helped out. So, but they have presented me with. They are the ones who've presented me with the information I believe you should hear about.
Right.
My
Go ahead.
apologies. My name is Masenko. We are on a task force to apprehend and dissuade the hunters from continuing business ship. We met Mayo at an altercation this morning, and he seemed to think that you would maybe have to be able to glean some more information upon this problem.
All right. Masenko, Nigel,
Keksi.
Keksi.
And might I say, you train very big bones here. Very strong-looking gentlemen.
Yes, thank you. Right. So you guys are like kind of like grouped together as you guys approach, or as he approaches you guys, he almost does the same sort of like drill sergeant side walk as he's like very obviously sizing you guys up. And it's at that point that you would notice, you would see just under his eyes where those bags are, you would almost start to see this soft glow as it looks like molten metal. You guys can all give me an Arcana or a religion check, as he's clearly using some sort of ability to you guys. Mayo, you would already know what this is.
Oh, okay.
I have no idea.
Uh-huh.
Oh, it's the same. 12.
Okay. So Keksi, you're more concerned with like the whole operation that's going on. You're like, is his eyes just like doing that? I can't tell. Mayo, he has said to you that this is how he takes a measure of a man. That is what he does to every one of the initiates that comes in, anybody that he meets for the first time within the walls here. Kaioken, you've seen Deus do something like this. You would more or less recognize like a paladin's ability to sense the bend of wheel as he looks at you guys. I need you to sort of okay. Well, you say that you're on a quest for hunters, the gang, right?
Correct.
All right. Well, you see, he snaps his finger. One of the little like squire like boys comes over and kind of, here you go. And he's got this pitcher of like this sort of dark looking liquid. It looks like
Oil.
imagine like sun tea, like a big huge, this is like sweating from the condensation. There's ice inside of it. It's on a platter. He's got like about 8 or so like small teacups, and he's like, mine. And you see there's these small teacups, but then there's also this one flagon. The kid just like pours it in. He just kind of, you could just see like the muscles in his neck are they're not like, it's not like Bayan, right, where he's like this super roided out or whatever, but this dude has that like farm body like build. He's just thick, and he's like, okay, let's just talk about it then. What do you guys have? If you want some tea, please have some tea.
Yeah, I want some tea.
All right, Mayo, you know that this is booze.
Yeah.
You can have tea if you want to. You don't have to. Kaioken, yeah, you get a little. It's
Milo's
literally a tea.
Technically on duty, so.
Gotcha. That would be a test too. That would be a test that he would do to be like,
exactly. Like
all right,
Milo's
good.
fallen for this before, and he's like, oh yeah, awesome.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Oh, what kind of tea is served cold? As she goes to grab one.
Yeah. So you guys take a sip, both you people. Give me a Constitution.
I didn't take a sip yet.
Oh.
I asked a question.
11.
Well, in that case, he's like, iced tea.
Yeah, cold tea. And like, oh,
Yeah.
Constitution saving roll?
Yes.
15.
So immediately you guys are hit with like this extreme cinnamon flavor. But the extreme cinnamon flavor is very clearly put in there to mask, like it almost tastes like a honey whiskey.
Ooh, I love it.
And he's like, cheers.
Caught me off guard. It tastes very expensive and exotic.
I love cinnamon.
Oh yeah.
Me too. Especially the expensive kind.
Weird.
Tastes almost kind of like
Cloves, nutmeg, cinnamon.
more maybe
Do you have the recipe for this?
ninjari, do I sense?
Yes.
Interesting.
And then
Thank you for the good drink.
he looks to Keksi, goes, recipes all up here.
Fair enough.
I learned it back over in Galandria.
Would Keksi know what Glorade? Oh fuck, Glorandry.
Yep, Galandria. Yeah. You can roll me a history check.
Okay. Nope. This is really good drink.
Clouds of mine.
Yeah.
So he's sitting there. There's a squire boy holding up the platter. He gives the tea to the two people. Maya, you're standing. He's like, all right, well, out with it, boy. What do we got?
So, you're familiar with General Porter?
Yeah.
Commander Porter. He is on a new crusade to cleanse the city from the hunters. If you're familiar with his tactics, he is
very
very extreme with his judicial system.
Right.
We are trying to alleviate that by actually finding whereabouts and leads. We are trying to mitigate some damages.
Okay.
So I think if you have any information pertaining to that, we have approximately, it's about noon now?
Right.
Exactly 24 hours.
Yeah, because we're also missing a party member who did we know that Therai was gonna go talk to them?
Yep. He said that he was going to go talk to them before, when you guys were at Dockside before. He said he was going to go try to make peace with them.
And he never told us the exact location, correct?
He didn't find out about it until after you guys split up.
Yeah. And pertaining to a lost party member, and we haven't seen him today. And then we should probably maybe check on Olaf, since we're up in this district, or we have to head to the wheat to the west.
Real quick, Nigel, as you guys were meeting up with Argroth, make me an Arcana check or a Religion check, whichever one you want.
Big money, no women.
Arcana religion.
Yeah. Take your pick.
Arcana.
Okay. You would recognize as he approaches, we're just gonna rewind a few minutes. He kind of did this like drill sergeant walk to kind of assess everybody. You would have seen the glow underneath his eyes, almost like heated metal, and you would recognize a paladin's ability to sense what bend of wheel you are. He also did not react with any gleam into alignment that you guys may have shown him.
Yeah, I mean, as he would walk past me, if I could sense it, he'd just do like a cricket smile, like
Yeah.
trying to be non-threatening.
Yeah.
Under a mask.
And yeah. And so you then he offered tea to everybody. Would you have taken tea? It looks like, imagine summer tea in a big huge like sweaty carafe, brought out by this little tiny like a teenage, late teen, squire-looking boy in a teacup, would you have taken any of it?
He'd take it, but he probably wouldn't drink it.
Gotcha. So you take it, and you're sitting there just as they're discussing the plan of what they have.
Is there any like sugar or anything?
No, it's just whatever he pours out. Kaioken and Keksi both take a sip, and then
because if there was anything there, you just keep putting in sugar or something.
Gotcha.
More sugar.
Like Kaioken and Keksi both take a sip, and they both end up like, you find out that it's booze, basically inside of there. And then Kaioken was just describing the situation at hand to Argroth, and then Argroth kind of like, okay, yeah, I'm very, very too familiar with the operating procedures of whatever the fuck he's calling himself these days, Reginald.
Has he gone by different aliases?
Well, his name back in the day was Reginald Augusta. And then once he slaughtered 36 or so Tritons that were fleeing from a Kraken, they called him Porter and gave him guard commander because the city was under siege. Whatever. To those of us that were there, he gave into his bloodlust and killed a bunch of people asking for help. He just didn't speak the language. Some people. But, you know, for the rest of you guys, I would recommend highly not crossing him, as he does not hesitate to pull the trigger when it suits his needs.
Keksi has finished her drink and she's a little flush on her face. And she's just staring at his glistening body.
Yeah.
So shiny.
And it's only, you guys remember back when we were kids, there used to be like these like, I think they had them on like some binders and shit where it was like padding, but it was like gel underneath the like it almost looks like that. When he's not moving, it's not moving, but then when he starts to move, it almost looks like it might be a trick of the eye. It almost seems to shimmer and move as he moves. So he's like, when he's like doing this and shit like that, you guys are seeing this sort of like moving patterns, but then he stops and it just becomes like almost mercurious, I think is the term, of a liquid type metal. Anyway, so
Yep.
so he's like, yeah, well, I appreciate your, what is that, your good doings, your good tidings. I'm not entirely certain. Thank you for your service. Oh.
And we appreciate the tea. As he takes the teacup and everything and puts in his pocket. As you see the stain kind of come through the fabric.
That the set is like 150 years old.
Oh, wow. Thank you.
I certainly would love that cup and plate back, please.
Oh. That's kind of rude. takes out his gift and gives it back.
It was my father's.
You do enough for the shitty that I respect you.
Thank you.
Keksi glares at Nigel for clearly upsetting what's his name? Argroth.
Argroth.
I was gonna say Argyle. I was like, where'd that name come from? Argroth.
It's like the sweaters that are hairy all the time.
His dashing ghoul companion, Argyle, favorite.
What was Nigel saying?
As a fellow, fuck, what's his town called?
Karan.
As a fellow Koranian, let me offer you a discount next time you wipe out any hordes around. Any Anthem's card.
Thanks. He takes the card.
Give me dead people.
Yeah, he doesn't look like he doesn't have pockets, so he just kind of like slides it into his breastplate. Sure,
So cool.
the next time that I'm like out, I guess I'll keep you in mind.
That's all I ask. We are a mom and pop business. Ma's part of the business.
Yes. Well, so the information was that Porter wanted to start taking out the hunters. I can only assume that means that everybody down there is in trouble.
Exactly.
That's
All
why
right.
I thought it pertinent to bring it up to you.
Right.
Night. I figured I figured if we didn't know, maybe we could reach not a helping hand, but a
Yeah.
cautious blade cuts half as deep.
Very true. Very true. Okay, let's see. It's been some time since I've been out. Let's see. If I had to guess, is the sea spray still around?
Is that a bar?
Yeah, it's the tavern down in Dockside.
Yeah. It's still there.
I'd recommend going there. Back in the day, that was what was his name? That guy Zigzag. That was Zigzag's Tavern, and he's a hunter member, I think, or at least he was.
Okay, we can
I
jump
mean,
over there.
unless it's changed ownership, which is likely. You know, if you're a
How long has it been since you've been out?
I don't know, like 10, 15 years, give or take.
It sounds like you need to like get out and maybe get a drink.
The last time I was out, Porter massacred 35 Tritons. I killed several people who were trying to attack me just as a collateral damage. And I believe if you've been to Dockside, you've seen Dockside East, right? And you guys would immediately remember all of the dilapidated building. Most of that was me. So, you know, don't really want to go back
finishing
there.
his drink, his cheeks are also rosy with like a rock-colored rose
Blue?
color. And with that axe, it's a nice axe.
Yeah, that is.
You did that with one axe. Wow,
Did you know that your stories could also double as threats?
it looks
Marvelous.
hot.
Yeah, I did this with this axe, my tool of the trade, if you will.
Do you know anything
make
about Go ahead.
Actually, no, I found it.
Great craftsmanship. Is there anything that like any sort of markings or anything that would say like a race of people that made it? Or I'm looking for like a dwarvish mark, or
It doesn't ring out as dwarvish immediately to you, and you'd be super familiar with it. Dwarves are very much in line. Dwarves would likely not have made an axe head out of slag.
Yeah.
While very robotic in nature, theirs would still have ornate finishes. It would still look like a regular axe head. This looks more like he dipped a stick in it and what came out. You know what I mean? Like, you gonna
does it look like
do you ask him about?
primordial or
So
like-
you can roll me either an Arcana or a History check if you wanna
Okay.
try your hand at just seeing.
17?
Yeah. So looking at this, you would recognize that the heat of whatever sort of like alloy this is, the heat that is inherent in this to last 15 years would only be able to come from something at minimum like fire elemental. right?
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking of, like nature.
And so yeah, you're looking at that, and the sort of like rocky exterior of this. With an Arcana check, you might be able to ring out something about the city of Brass.
The coolest place ever.
You're like, wait a minute, this is not planar metal.
Yeah.
Whatever this is here, this is something else. But as you ask, like, if he made it, he's like, no, I found it.
That's really, really cool. I had my axe zhuzhed up. Show mine.
You kind of like
Notice me, senpai.
he
Mine
looks
was
and
also as Jude, as I do the same thing.
mine was also so
I dipped it in French dipping sauce. Yay!
Look at my club.
He does take a look at your battle axe, and he's like, that's really pretty. You got that done here?
Mm-hmm. Do you know Mori? The tales that have been told?
Not ringing a bell.
There is a man that they say in this land that sometimes does all the work for free.
I also help her with like filling in the blanks whenever she stops. I'm like, oh, a human. He like takes over shops. We met the shop owner, but like do that sort of thing to help clear the picture.
Oh yeah. What's that guy's name? The guy that runs that.
It is.
Have I heard of Maury?
Well, you can roll me a history check with advantage. He's like the guy that runs the Iron Golem, right? That Jeremy Jordan fella.
Jeremy Jordan, yep, that's what it was.
I don't think Jeremy Jordan's he's with us any longer, right?
You guys have no idea. Oh no, yeah, you guys do have an idea. You guys were told that Jeremy Jordan was dead after you guys killed Ban Andor. Nigel, you do know of, you've been here for 10 years, you do know of a guy named Maury, because you are actually not that far away from the Iron Golem, so you were somewhat aware when Jeremy Jordan, the human who looks like a dwarf owner of the Iron Golem, was complaining about it. Oh, and Mayo, you too, you would also know, because Girdle Steelbelt knows. So both of you guys would know about the time about 6 months ago when Jeremy Jordan found out that a guy was opening up his shop in the middle of the night and doing work at cost. So he wasn't making a profit. And he was super pissed off about it. He actually worked him over pretty well, like beat him like within an inch of his life. Maury got away and then has since come back several times. Almost antagonistically, breaking into his building, and then performing the work for next to nothing, because you guys are because you're in the area where you're at, Nigel, and Mayo, because where you live. And he's like, it's still not ringing a bell.
It's that one guy who just systematically broken into that blacksmith's place. Some type of extremely strange grudge to do free, be masterful work. I mean, you could set a clock by it. He'll just show up.
Mayo says nothing, and the entire time is standing at attention.
He just kind of goes, all right, well, that's kind of a tangent.
You can't make anything out of bone.
Well, judging by his club, he did.
Yeah, he did a great job.
Son of a bitch.
So he kind of like, he's like, all right, well, I don't know what all I can help you with here. Mayo, you're used to dockside, right?
Yes, sir.
Spend the rest of your shift or whatever down there. Help these guys out. Just keep some people safe, I guess. I don't know. Do what you got to do. Just report back to me if anybody dies in your care. You're not working for the guard with this any longer. You're working for this special task force, which I guess is the guard. Are you guys technically the guards now?
No.
No.
Alright. Well,
I got arrested today for trying to apprehend one of them, and I wish I would have been able to interrogate him further, but slipped my mind.
well, I don't know if they still dress this way, but if they're wearing brown rags, there you go. You know what I mean? But it's kind of the whole point, right?
Yeah.
Blend in.
So smart.
A bunch of them followed us.
Sorry.
No, you're good. Go.
Mr. Goth, you're probably one of the strongest warriors I've met so far in this town. Is it true that there's a certain point in a human's body on their brain that if you hit it, it will explode?
That's the 5-finger death punch.
Give me a persuasion check.
Keksi is like nodding along the whole time. Like, I want to hear what he has to say.
He goes, all right. Let me show you. You see, like, as you guys have been talking, he's just been slamming these things back, right? This dude, he's been tying a strong one on. As he's like, all right, this is not me showing off. I'm educating you.
It's like 11 in the morning, and he's just
He pulls
He
pulls out his parchment and paper.
He's vacation drinking at 11 in the morning. He's like, he walks over and he goes, all right, so now I believe what you're talking about. Maya, will you close the front gate, please?
Yeah, Maya immediately like snapped to and.
All right. You might be talking about this. And you see, kind of like one-handed swings this axe around, and he goes, "You're talking about right here." And he very slowly, fully extended arm, by the way, with this massive great axe, goes right here.
Keksi, look at those rippling.
As he does that, like he's turned in a way where you guys can see the inner crux of what he's doing, right? He goes right here, and the moment he does that, you guys would see this like bright flashing light, and this fucking dummy would just explode.
Oh,
you can give me an Arcana or a Religion check if you want.
That's your Silver Knight there.
Arcana.
Mayo, you don't have to. You know exactly what that is.
But are we doing that?
You can if you want to. Arcana or Religion.
Right. Both of them are the same. I am just staring at his body.
Wow, look at his fucking leg muscles. He used his ankles to turn into his hips, to turn into his shoulders, to turn into his bicep.
Mayo, Nigel, you guys both recognize a smite. It's the thing that paladins do. You guys are like, did he just use a fucking ability? And Mayo, you know, he doesn't do that very often. Last time he did that around you was when you first did it. So he's like, all right, ding, this whole fucking thing blows up, and he's like, you guys would see this like bright flashing light, and he's like, there you go. Turns around, he's like, so yeah, that spot's real. And you see he's got like splinters. He's got like splinters in like his shoulders and shit. He's like picking them out like, ow. 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 Anyways. It's been a while since I knocked the dust back off of that one. Well, good luck. Mayo, go with them, please. Keep them safe.
Yes, sir.
If you can, tell Girdle I said hi next time you go to bed or whatever. Yeah. All right, well, is there anything else you guys need? I don't. You want some? You guys want to become a knight? You want some training?
Can I just watch?
It's a pretty hefty price.
Is your training so tough that you have deaths?
No. I would never kill somebody in training.
He looks uninterested. Kind of looks around.
All right.
No death here. What the
Well,
fuck ever.
Kaioken, give me a perception check.
Okay. Natural 20 for a 29.
Now give me a history check at advantage.
Oof. 8?
Did you do the right click advantage thing?
I didn't. I just
That's
double
poop.
clicked like I normally do.
Yeah,
Okay.
dummy.
Well,
Dame.
Stupid idiot.
immediately the one thing that is super apparent is that on the backside of this palisade, this is just Greymane's house. This is nothing. This is just Greymane's house. You've been here. You guys stayed like 3 whole days in Greymane's house when you guys were trying to evade capture.
I'm doing the woman mathematical equations.
Yeah. So it's on the inside of this like huge cobbled wall is just a rambler. It's just like 1,600 square foot wooden rambler. There's like a covered porch on the front and shit, and you're like, oh holy shit.
Wait, are you related to Greymane by chance?
Yeah, that was my father.
Oh my god. We're in this like. Is there noise going on in the background, and it's just us, right?
At this point, he had already dismissed people to lunch, so it's pretty. Okay. But you guys are almost to the point where actually you would see with that perception, you would see that like some of the other knights, they watch that shit and they're like, oh, what the fuck is that? They're like, oh shit. Yeah, they're like back there fanboying, but it's like around the back of the house. Yeah.
May chance we speak privately, away from peering eyes, as I kind of like do like a little head nudge over to the side
to the knights back there.
Yeah.
He's like, I mean, anything you have to say to me? These are as close to my children as I can get.
I look to Keksi, and then I look to the 2 new people. Like
if you guys want to fuck off.
And then
well, Maya, you stay here.
I knew your father. He was a good man. He helped us take down the Drethos. I am Kaioken, the Baron of the Breakers.
Whoa.
I have been frozen in time, and I am looking to set my family free and reclaim my mountain. I'm still weak, far from what I used to be. I still have rosy cheeks.
Well, welcome back. I'm sorry you had to thaw out in this time. It's been some time since my father died. If you knew him, then you know how sad that makes everybody.
Quite unexpected, I've heard from Girdle Steelbelt, a good man.
Yeah.
With good stories. That's what I'm trying to say. Adjective for good stories.
Yeah, I know Girdle. Me and him, we fought together. And you see, kind of like starts to like daze a bit, and he's like,
he's thinking PTSD.
He's
flashbacks.
reminiscing, yeah, for sure. He's like, yep, I know Girdle very well. And again, sorry that you don't get to know my father anymore.
Do you know of any of the old ways? Things, if any inklings of the past, or
I mean, I have a memory. What do you mean?
I was just hoping for maybe more information on certain topics. What remained for us was a plethora of knowledge. He guided us to our direction with the breakers, and I don't know if he still has old books around, or maybe something we could look through at your leisure to see if there's any information pertaining other events within the world, despite the breakers. I mean, despite the hunters.
He goes, my father was somewhere around 3 millennia old. So yeah, he had a lot of knowledge. If you're looking for tomes, I have tomes. I don't know how useful they are to you. If you're looking for tomes about the hunters, no. They have only been a thing for probably about 10 years now. Maybe 15, somewhere in there.
And they will be ending soon, but what about hags or steel dragons? Do you know anything about those two in particular?
Yes, hags.
Oh yeah, I can dig up something. Roll me a persuasion check.
Can I give him
With advantage.
Yeah.
Advantage. Click it. Roll it. 16. They were both 16s. +2. Or -2.
2d20.
Plus -2.
This says 2d20 KH1. I want to know what the KH1 is, but no, that's just that's their coding for take the higher.
I see.
Probably means keep higher one. So 14, he's like
did I get something here?
yeah, I can help you out with some of the Fae, although I think don't satyrs, if I remember correctly, aren't you guys already kind of Fae, don't you?
Yeah, but I've been here for a long time, and time between here and there.
Yeah, it
weird.
skews, that's right.
It gets muddled, and I'm trying my best.
Okay. Yeah. He looks at the squire and he's like, "Get me more, boy." Okay. All right. And he like runs off. He's like, let's go to the porch. Yeah, I'll look up steel dragons.
Yeah.
Is that what you said?
One of the breakers we found
Hags. One of the breakers was. Oh, that's right.
Celia Mason. She was a dear friend to me, and
I remembered that.
I know someone that personally injured her and tortured her. I want to know if I don't know if they're biology. I don't know how they relive their lives from what she told us.
Yeah. Okay.
Arcane helped her realize this.
Yes, he did, didn't he? I'll see if I can dig up some old notebooks of his. Just give me like an hour, 2 hours tops.
Sure, we'll wait.
Okay.
I looked at her like, we'll wait, right? Like, this is pretty big. I know, and in the meantime, I'm like, catch him up on like vaguely things of. This is leading to a bigger picture for Keksi and I, and would appreciate some patience, sort of thing.
So, you guys want to take out those watchers?
By the way, he's like, give me a second, and he'll go up very slowly to the like inside of the house. As you guys are like doing this, he'll leave you guys outside to go in.
Wait, did he walk us back outside, or were we outside already?
You guys were already outside.
When he turns to go, can I just go grab like a hunk of splinters that he picked out of his
Yeah, give me an investigation check.
Okay.
This belongs to my precious senpai. I'm gonna keep
Oops, I didn't click it twice. First one was a 16.
Okay, yeah, you'd find like a handful of them that still have blood. It's silver blood. Moo.
It's beautiful, and she like puts it in her pouch.
Okay, don't like lead off. Don't trail off with puts it in her pouch.
A prison pouch. Nice.
Yes.
I use mine all the time.
So as he disappears to leave, you guys there, Kaioken, Nigel and Kaioken, you guys were all saying something.
I was saying, so you guys want to take down these hunters, right? That's you and this Porter as your assignment?
Yes.
Correct.
So let's just go kill them. They're obviously sound like you said they're vampires, so they're just parasites.
Well, we don't know which
They're not
ones are the
all-
underlings and
Yeah,
which
they're
ones
not-
are the higher ups are the vampires that can control with magic, and the other ones are just fighting for survival. So what
You know
we
the
engage
whole,
with
like,
is-
cut off the snake at the head of the snake kind of thing.
Yep.
There's
The
one
hunters-
boss left that we have to find in order to hopefully disperse this. So maybe we don't have to kill all of them. Maybe some of them will lose interest when all the bosses are gone.
what we gleaned from our party member Therai had told us that not all of them were evil. So if we could, find the ones that Therai said that were good or bad.
I feel like Kaioken doesn't agree with what Therai thought.
Yeah,
So
he's saying
this
Therai.
This Therai, where is he?
I don't know, but he is a red-skinned tiefling and he has an inky red hand, and he's a very good healer. He's worked in the bazaar and dockside.
Hey, Nigel.
province.
Guess what name rings out in your mind above all else?
Therai?
Yep.
This
Your
Therai.
original life party member that you would. There's no way you'd forget. You would probably immediately start having
Doesn't he look
flashbacks.
different though now?
Redskin tiefling's the same.
Is it?
Redskin tiefling priest.
The only difference would be that his hair is white.
Well, you say he hangs out in Dockside and helps people.
Yes.
I'm explaining why I haven't heard of him. I'm usually not out. I'm usually hidden away in my work. That's interesting. Anyway, these hunters. Do I remember anything about these hunters?
Are you trying to look for what sort of information are you trying to recall? Just in general about the hunters?
General, yeah.
Okay.
They're so I'm heading towards. I'd had more info on people that have killed people. I
Right.
don't know Therai because Therai saves people.
Right.
So I'm gonna I know these knights, they kill people. I definitely would know Porter because he kills a lot of people. So I'm wondering if I know of these hunters just based on bodies that people have found and blamed on the hunters.
Are you looking for supernatural or mundane bodies in your mind palace?
It would depend on how they left the bodies. If it was vampires that killed these bodies, then
So without even checking, you would recognize like stabbings, bludgeonings, stuff like that, like mundane beat them to death. You would likely have heard as they're dumping them off. Oh yeah, killed by hunters members. That's just like basic mundane gang fighting like stuff.
would I know of maybe if they have a drop place, like the hunters, they. Like
Drop the
gangsters
bodies?
will, kill people and dump them in the river, and then when they find the people in the river, probably cement shoes. They obviously
Yeah.
did this.
So the hunters more or less, since they only really stay in dockside, and dockside being what it is, their drop places are usually right where they kill them. Whenever there's been gang fight, they never try to whenever it does happen, they don't try to obscure the fact that's happening.
My only hope would be like if they had a nest outside of a place and people kept finding bodies outside of this place, then maybe that was their nest. But if they just drop bodies or they drop them, then yeah, probably shit.
Well, because considering again, this is without a check, most of the hunters like areas that you know of, or most of the information about the hunters is pretty common knowledge. The hunters, generally, they're surface level guys, right? This is just a regular run-of-the-mill thieves and gang members. They all live there. They don't have like an underground hideout. They don't. So the people that normally would die by hunter that you would see, they're just in there doing their stuff, like everything from like the projects to where they're just like running amok in there to, you know what I mean, like all of this like mundane stuff. Now, if you wanted to try to correlate weird deaths by something that might be considered a vampire, you could roll for that.
I'll try that. Just kind of separate from hunters and just vampires.
Yeah, that would be either a history or an arcana or survival. No, a history or an arcana check.
I'll try arcana.
Okay.
You said vampires. I never knew vampires were part of the hunters. Now vampires.
That you do know. You've likely seen in the last like month or so, give or take. You've seen a number of people dying by exsanguination. Like, there's been very few people that were drained completely of all of their blood, but those people would notably stick out to you because there's so few of them. Now, you would see people who post-mortem look to you as if they suffered from like a lack of blood, like anemia, shit like that. Like they just look like super gaunt, super frail, yada yada yada, and then they just like the drop in blood pressure, shit like that. Which to you, you being you, able to like basically perform, what do you call them on dead bodies, right? Autopsies essentially. You would recognize bite mark and fang mark and bite mark and fang mark across several of these bodies that you've gotten, likely just over a dozen in total over the last like 3 weeks. So that would be like, oh, okay, yeah, vampires. Now,
sorry.
I was gonna say, I don't know if you necessarily would correlate the two yourself, but having this conversation, it's entirely plausible that those would be related.
So were they just found in random places, or?
So no, actually, those places, or those bodies, the ones that are of exsanguination or lack of blood, low blood pressure, basically like heart attack style, because I believe that's what happens if your blood pressure drops. You basically have a heart attack. If you lose too much blood, you go into cardiac or whatever. Those places, I am going to make a note into. Let's take you down to Dockside, as we find ourselves going to the Dockside battle screen. Dockside, you are correct. This is the wrong number.
Go to Dagobah.
Luke, use the Force and run. So, you have 14 bodies that all 12 bodies, yeah, that all show a very similar pattern of death, and you keeping a note of where these guards just errantly are talking about this stuff to you, or around you, you would know that there were a couple of them that were placed here in the circle just to the north, just below the statue of Kelvin Sunax. There were several of them down here at the lighthouse. Uh-oh. I think I'm starting to fail out. Yeah. There would be several more of them here in this area, and these are like, and then right in the center in this area. So in these 4 locations are the places where you have like these clusters of bodies, and this is you putting all of this shit together these clusters of bodies that all have the same supernatural looking death, right? Because you know about what a vampire kill would look like. Hence the Arcana. And just general intelligence of your character.
So, I don't know much about these hunters. They just seem like average brutes, gang members who just kill and drop them where they stand based on reputation or bravado or all those useless inclinations that mortal men tend to refute amongst themselves. But vampires, that would explain some things. I know I've had a number of bodies that could be killed by vampires. Now, I made notes. I can't do it off the top of my head, but if we go back to my abode, I think I could triangulate through my notes where exactly these bodies have always been dropped.
I mean, that would be a tremendous help. I think we should do that. And I look to Keksi and Mayo.
We could also talk at my place. It's protected from eavesdroppers of the arcane type.
That might be a good idea at this point. I know
Oh
that.
God, no, not that I believe in magic.
Yeah. Either way, I know that this place is protected, but even then,
I mean,
this place seems to only be protected by certain types of magic that I've read in a pamphlet.
Either way, I think it might be best if we go somewhere where we feel like it would be more secure.
Of course! He instantly shoots up. We should go now! Unless you're waiting for something.
Yeah, we're waiting for approximately a little bit longer for, Algaroth to come back with information.
Why is she holding those bits of wood?
I don't know, but they look very interesting. So part of what I'd like you to triangulate is where our friend Therai may have been last seen. So
I don't know where he would have been last.
Therai and I have a history from long ago that is important for me to get him back because
you do you?
Yes.
Well, all the more reason to find him. He sounds like a super devout fellow. Saving all those people in Dockside. Hurting young businesses.
I just realized you made a character to undermine Therai that, you don't like Therai.
Well, he never not
You would never
Therai.
do that.
But
Therai never knew who he was, really.
right, but you're like, oh, this guy is saving all these lives. What,
Yeah,
we
he
just
didn't
let
know
him
that Therai
die?
was doing that.
Yeah, I think that's so funny. That's
It's
so
funny, me and oh, sorry. That's out of the game. We'll talk about it later.
Okay, well, yeah, let's keep going.
So then he kind of sits back down, but he now looks visibly impatient, like he's fidgeting, swinging his leg back and forth, bouncing his knee.
Yeah, Kaioken's doing push-ups.
All right. Just as you guys are just about at the length of your patience, where you guys are like, okay, now we're super bored. All of these things have been going on or whatever, or not, or lack of going on. You would hear the door open. This is about an hour later. He comes out and he's like, sorry, I got a little sidetracked. Had to dig through some old photo albums. So the Fae, I don't know what kind of hag you guys were looking for particularly, but here's just a book of basic hag knowledge. What's it called? A grimoire of my father's collections of different fairy witches. So he hands that to Keksi. And he's like, and here's his notebook on steel dragons. I sincerely hope that this aids you in looking for another member of your ages-old party. Lord knows the people could use some hope around here.
Does he seem like sarcastically about that, or is he just like nonchalantly?
No, he seems.
It?
Give me an insight check.
Okay. Just trying to see if he believes. Oh, 11.
What you don't get anything about like whether or not he's invested in the story that you've given him. Mostly, he just looks kind of sad. Like the kind of like.
I can fix him.
Yeah, right.
I can change him.
Like he seems like the kind of like. He seems like the kind of like He seems like the kind of drunk, like depressed drunk, right?
Yeah,
where he's just like
it soured his mood and then
and his buzz is starting to fade a bit, so he's he's got that going. So he's just like he's like just the people could use some help, regardless of whatever the hell you've got going on. Like I don't know, man. Heroes don't survive too long anymore out here. You know what I mean?
Yes, we've seen one expire today.
I'll tell you this much.
Kind of like lays his head down. Like, not lays, but like...
He lays his head in his lap and he's like, did he? Help me? Can I have some Zippo? He's like, I'll tell you this much. The world's a rough place. Right? I would not go expecting to find much about the old ways surviving in today's world. Whatever that plague was back then wiped out a lot of the old ways. We've had to grow and adjust our new ways to suit the current age. And he just lets that hang in the air.
I am beginning to understand. I'm an old man, as you can tell, but still grasp towards what I used to know. Thank you for your time and your patience today, Argroth. It's a pleasure meeting you.
Thank you very much.
Keksi told me that she was very interested in some personal training. How much would that cost or entail?
He goes, well, usually it's a sum total of right around 750 gold every 6 months.
We'll figure that out. We'll get our affairs in order and we'll be talking to you about that specifically.
That totally goes over his head. He's just like, do you have resolve?
Oh, the most. She's got the most resolve. I've seen her resolve someone into submission. Yeah, and she's most likely rubbing her shoulders.
He looks over at Mayo. Does she have resolve?
She has potential, sir, but
Kaioken steel eyes, like
to Mayo, like she's got resolve.
She has potential, but like a dagger being used as a sword, it might need to be refined.
Wow. Your wisdom is limitless. Well, you know the drill. Take her out, see if she's got what it takes. If you find that she does have what it takes to join the ranks, you're her sponsor.
I
if you find yourself leaving this city for any wild adventures, see me before you go. Until then, I expect that you'll be reporting for duty tomorrow, or whenever this is done, I suppose.
As soon as it hits the end of normal shift, I'll be back to report.
Okay. Give me your report. You're going to be on contract with these guys until at which point Porter does whatever he's planning on doing, or if you guys are able to stop it, I suppose. Mayo, keep your head on a swivel. That man is dangerous.
Yes, sir.
Very dangerous to anybody who disagrees with him. All right. I'm gonna go take a nap.
Alright, Argoth, remember to use that card next time Porter stubs his toe and, I don't know, wipes out the last of the changelings, or wipes out the last of any shapeshifters.
Right, can do. All right. Squire comes back and he just takes the whole pitcher and just does that thing where it's like pouring out of the side. All right.
Down his glistening abs.
And you guys, again, just plate, right? Press plate.
When he lifts his arms, you see his riblets and his fucking meat wings. Oh God, Keksi, look at it.
It's called my serratus. No, he
glitter under his skin, and I can't.
You see
staring at him.
the moment that he turns.
Up those muscles.
The moment that he turns back and you guys kind of start to part ways or whatever, the knights that are all like literally they've been resuming their training this whole time. They've just been going nonstop without a break since the end of their 15 minutes. So it's been like 45 whole minutes of them just swinging sword. And he's like, come on. Think you're gonna kill anybody with that? As he's like just taunting them the whole way down, tapping their elbows, pushing them harder, and doing that whole thing. Jesus. So you guys head out. Where are you guys gonna go as you guys exit mainlanders?
I think we were heading to the
graveyard.
To the graveyard to calculate where Therai might have been seen last, or the most probable position.
So this would take you that whole thing at mainlanders would have taken you roughly about 2 hours.
Okay, so it's about noon now.
It's about noon now, so you're at your 24-hour mark.
So Argoth, he hinted at potentially going to the Sea Spray. It's where they used to all congregate before.
And one thing that Keksi would know that Amanda is now knowing is that after Kaioken had described sort of the situation of of hunters and deaths and so on and so forth, Nigel put together, because he gets to be the basically the intermediary of all of the dead people going in and out, the few that look like vampires, and he has a rough location in his mind about where these areas kind of are clustered.
Perfect. Okay, cool.
So you guys are going to end up heading up to Le Cemetery. As you guys make your way up there, go ahead and roll me that D100. We are very quickly going... pick one.
Josh.
Okay.
That's why
Mr. Wash E. Well, it's the first one to say something, so see something, say something.
Do it.
What do you got?
98.
Sweet. You guys actually fall off into the pit. No.
As we're walking,
go here.
Keksi is just like walking up close to Mayo and just asking questions about Argoth.
So is he seeing someone? Oh my goodness, he was so hot. Oh my god.
No, she's not that upfront about it. He seems kind of sad, and he doesn't get out very much. And
I think what she's trying to say is he smells really nice. What is that scent? Because I smelled it. And it was very
pheromones.
Nice.
So, as you guys are as you guys are walking, you end up, like I said, very quickly. This is kind of like on the edge of where the husbandry turns into the non-parial district. So you guys end up back at the upper crust. As you guys are, you would end up. Oh shit! That's the circle. That's the circle. You start up here. All right, we're just gonna snap y'all motherfuckers over there.
Okay.
So you guys start up here at this point, and you make your way up with the guide of Nigel. You guys actually find out that it's very quickly boop right up there. So that area up there is actually where the cemetery is. As you can see,
Clock tower says noon.
Clock tower says noon. At this point, it's like noon 30. Give or take. Probably took you guys a half hour to get there, navigate all the way up. Just before you disappear behind all of the buildings and everything, you would recognize that this area up to the north is low. It's the one almost patch of ground in this concrete jungle, if you will. You know what I mean? Like it's, as you approach, it has these big, huge, like wrought iron gates with these like 1.5 foot wide brick pillars that come up out of the ground to make this sort of like see-through fence area. There's no ominous smoke as much as I'm sure Nigel would love for there to be, but you do see like this probably takes up an entire 1 acre. This is not a massive rolling
Big area though. Like for in city real estate, that's huge.
Yeah, you would think.
Free real estate.
you would definitely think.
Morgan.
But what you would see is it's a whole lot of like above ground sarcophagus. There's a few areas for like headstones and shit that's like, you know, subterranean burial, but a lot of this is actually like what if you look up like a cemetery in the south, like a cemetery in like Louisiana, you'd see that they almost entirely do like above ground sarcophagi, and you would see that a lot of statues, headstones, shit like that, and then these big like massive block bricks of whatnot, and in the back of it you would see not a massive sprawling dark gothic tower. You would see like, you know, it almost looks like attached to the back end of this cobbled building. It would look like a hexagonal sort of like kind of like if you look down at the Arcane Eye on the map, like towards the center, it would look very similar to that, but on the back side of this cemetery building.
I posted a cemetery in the south. You mean something like this?
No, because that's like so where they have there is all right, hold on one sec. I know it's quarter after midnight, but give me just a second and I'll find you exactly there. Okay, good, I found it. So if you look in the chat, you would see that's a St. Louis cemetery, but there's a lot of above ground cemeteries at places that are really low, particularly like in New Orleans. They don't want the bodies to float up through the ground. Do you guys see that, by the way?
No, I don't. I'm frantically looking through
in this chat all the way at the bottom, in this channel's chat. Oh, I did not. Haha, I'm stupid. So
Okay,
that
yeah.
So it looks like that, right? There's a lot of above ground because Nigel would know. I don't know if he's going to explain this to you guys or whatever. There's already, when he got here, this was an entire city's worth of graves anyways. So you don't really build down on top of the graves that are already there. And not every single person that dies in Koran, which has hundreds of thousands of people on any given day, you know what I mean, get delivered here in particular, but a healthy majority of the people in the non-parial, and only a certain select few people from like dockside and whatnot. As this place looks pretty crowded with the dead. there is a way for a carriage to get in front of this building, this sort of like cobbled slab square building. There is this roundabout for carriages to come and circle around and come back out.
On the two-way traffic.
Exactly. On the backside of this thing is this one hexagonal tower that looks kind of overlooks the whole thing, so it almost looks like a church steeple type. And you guys make it to Nigel's forever home. Welcome. The sound of the city is deadened here. We've described before being in the presence of death as this sort of like oppressive air feeling. When you get onto these grounds, you do feel that. It is definitely like oppressive to your ears. The city at large, which normally is just constant churning noise and motion, that all seems super background. It almost seems like this area itself is solemn.
Zoinks, I'm getting the jinkies. Anyone else feeling like that?
As a horde of undead come out and attack you guys. No, I'm kidding.
Thank you.
Like Zoinks, Kaioken, they're gonna kill us.
Oh, Scoob!
So welcome to my tower.
Kind of small.
It's a nice place. I hate it here. It's very strange.
Yeah.
This is a lovely room of death.
I was just thinking that.
So as you guys get in the first room, it looks like his workroom. So there's like easy skulls, kind of weapons, rusty kind of stuff, like broken weapons, torn cloaks. Kind of it's kind of messy in here.
Not one for cleaning, huh?
They deliver weapons here? Wouldn't they just like use that for their dowry or their,
No, those are mine, and I'm a collector of sorts. I like the same sword over and over again.
You keep the things of the dead? Like you keep them? Like they're not like
you think
buried?
People bury people with the same short sword? I have to buy those.
Why would they? Oh, so you have a collection of swords. You don't just keep them.
Yes.
Ah.
But yes, come with me to my study. So up the stairs, the second floor is the study. You see desks with books, bookshelves, parchments, inks, and pens, and there's some chairs. It looks like no one sat in the chairs for a while, but it looks like any of the prints on the chairs are very weird. Like, it looks like skeletons have sat in these chairs, so it's like you just see kind of like imprints of that.
An X-ray of a pelvis, yeah.
Very windy up here.
And his companions all stayed at the first floor. So he goes to his desk. Pull up a chair, sit down, get comfortable.
So over the last
third floor upstairs actually has a washroom.
Over the last decade, you have accrued a sort of like a crude or like rough drawing that you would have had to have made yourself, as this place doesn't have like a city map in particular. In your travels, at the very least, when you first got here, while you're on your personal quest, you would have started and likely pretty quickly finished out a sketch of the city. And that would be where your notes would be as far as like these peculiar deaths. Roll me a D100 real quick.
Blood.
Blat. Blat.
Blood for the blood god.
All right, yeah. So you, on top of knowing about these dozen odd deaths, you have also made note of... Hold on. Give me 2 shakes of a penis tip here.
All right.
Any more than that, and you're playing with it.
Yeah, we're gonna be we'll likely be wrapping up because I know you got to work tomorrow, don't you? Josh?
No.
Oh, you don't have to work. Never mind. We're staying up forever.
Yes, nice. It's just
So
all day.
3 a.m. 3 a.m. All right. So
Go till 2.
So you would know on top of the exsanguination deaths, you would know that there was a person, one person in particular that looks as if they had literally withered to death. If you imagine what like a fried string bean looks like,
Ew.
they literally look like they had just been like, yeah, right.
Is it smell in here? Does it offend the nostrils?
Well, he's not keeping the body here.
Yeah, no, it smells fine.
Yeah. Oh,
It
okay.
smells dusty.
You know that roughly about a year ago there was a ritualistic killing of somebody in which they were dismembered, almost like drawn and quartered, and then their intestines were used as filled wrappings around them, so their individual parts were almost mummified in their own guts.
Ew. Their insides become their outsides?
Yes. One other one that you were familiar with. Gotcha. One other one that you would be familiar with was where it looks like a person literally, their top half of their body just ended. One day they were there, or 1 second they were there, the next second they were just a pair of dismembered legs and a pelvis, and their whole upper torso was completely gone. Those are some of the peculiar deaths that you have seen within the last year that would be part of your notes. And then 14 or so deaths that you've just sort of like grouped into possible undead attack, question mark? Right up my alley, question mark. All right.
So on his desk, he kind of like keeps opening up scrolls. No, throws it. No. A crude map I made when I was newer to town. He kind of puts it on his desk, picks up like a rat skull and kind of puts on one side, and picks up like a rock, puts on somewhere, just kind of like make it stay open. Yes. He kind of goes, looks behind himself, pulls out looks like a handmade notebook, kind of throws on the table, and it says deaths between so and so and so and so, like dates. I think it was here within the last couple of years. Okay. As he flips the pages, he writes on the map. Kind of flips the pages, writes on the map. Yes. Behold. I posted
My rabbit.
I posted in chat. As he kind of has a crude. He doesn't have this. His map isn't as well detailed as that map, but you see where he circled. As he kind of explains, these are possible vampire body
Hold on,
dumps.
I'm gonna put a another thing in there because it looks like you got 3 of them out of the 4. The one that's all the way on the left is the dockside community house.
Oh, is that what you circled?
Yeah, that one I had circled a while back just to show you guys where it was on the map. But yeah, I'll just drop in this.
Right. Well,
Anyways, keep going.
These
Yeah,
are the
sorry.
places where it's, you could say it's a possible vampire dropping site. Otherwise, I've had 3 other strange deaths that I couldn't really explain to the families. One person in particular looked like they turned from they were dejuiced, just skin to bones, darndest looking thing, terrifying.
That's good.
Another
It's so
one was
drafty in here. How do you keep your notes in order with all this wind blowing about in this room?
Shut the window. Shut the window.
Oh, that's much better.
Yes, yeah. A year ago, there was a ritual killing. I don't know, drawn and quartered. Intestines look like cannolis.
What is this cannoli you speak of?
It is a pastry filled with some delicious cream. But imagine the pastries is intestines and the cream is the body.
Do you guys think that Argoth would like these cannolis?
Not the skin cannolis.
Argoth
No.
just needs milk and calcium to help those strong bones carry the extra weight around.
Probably.
Ah, yes, and there was another very strange one. I'm sure it has something to do with. Kind of looks at the guard. Magic. There was a person, and then there wasn't.
Measure.
Just one day. Just imagine your Aunt Helen coming by with a new baked pie and saying, "Oh, dearie, I got a new and then just her legs are there, and then they fall, and they kind of wiggle around like little giblets. Just yeah. I don't remember if there was blood. Just half a person. Anyway. Very
Did
strange.
you just call them giblets?
Little giblets. Imagine little nubs with no feet. Just a chicken better be put in the oven, but the chicken's still alive. And it's waving those little drumsticks in the air.
Giblets. Giblet men. So they have
Giblet men.
Anyways, those are the things that have stuck out to me.
They have giblet ability. Gibilities.
The jabos.
So,
we know where to go. Let's go.
We have a few ideas of where to go. Correct?
Yes, I think.
well, what I was gonna get at, so you produce your map and you're showing them these particularly highlighted areas. Let's see, to Kaioken and Keksi immediately standing out. The one at the bazaar up at the top. Whether or not you guys actually would know, I don't think you would, but Therai did say that he would be going to the bazaar to try to parlay with them.
And this is the one north of the lighthouse, correct?
This is so if you guys go to your Roll20 and you look at the
south of the statue.
The one just south of the statue. So the bazaar is the collection of tents just south of the statue of Kelvin.
Okay.
North of the lighthouse is actually Black Veil HQ.
Right. That's.
Let me type that. I'm gonna type that in a minute here. But the ones that have the circles that are filled in on them, those are the spots where he kind of generally points to as like these are the areas where I think that they would be.
Okay.
We know that sea spray, both from my own personal R&R time, as well as from what First Night Argoth has said, there's also seems to be a communal hangout spot for them as well.
Yeah.
So we might be able to get one alive there.
True. And then the other ones, like the lighthouse is a pretty obvious one for you guys. You're like, okay, well, it's the lighthouse. There's a giant lighthouse there. The other two that are in the central sort of slum and then just south of the dockside area, nobody's like, Mayo's been there a little bit, maybe early on in his time. Nigel's been there, but again, Nigel sort of stays cloistered unless he absolutely has to go out and do his own like reconnaissance and stuff. Other than that, I think Mayo might be the only person who's familiar with the western slum, or the western side of the slum area. So those are where you guys would immediately know. The other deaths and whatnot are at this point just sort of weird to you guys, I think.
My vote's on the lighthouse.
I mean, we know for sure that they're at the sea spray. We can at least possibly get some information there first.
Oh,
Wait, is the lighthouse by the sea spray?
it's at the end of the dock. Sea spray is actually on the dock. I have to update this. The sea spray itself is Maya would know this, so he would be able to tell people this. The sea spray is actually a bar that is an overturned hull of a ship that rests on the side of the dock that has been converted into a tavern.
Thrifty. Upcycling.
Yeah, basically.
I just know layers, and I know a lighthouse layer when I see one.
This information has been extraordinarily valuable.
Oh yeah.
I'm full of information.
You're coming
Not
with us, right?
so. Oh, I'd love to.
Okay, good.
As a friend. Are we friends? We should be.
I would feel with this information that you've put forth, we are indeed in that accompaniment.
Yes, and maybe we help each other out also with our other problems.
What is
Down
your...
at my shadow.
Such as your... Well, such as... he looks at Keksi. Your dying friend over there.
I'm not dying, am I? I don't think I am.
You're dying. As he blatantly stares at her shadow. That
Do you know how to fix this?
would be your death.
If you can fix this, you would be indebted to me personally. And
I can fix it.
Then help us with this, and then I will do whatever it takes to show my gratitude to you.
He smiles a huge smile. Then, my friends, we're out. He's doing that, the smile with the eyes closed.
Gilbert Godfrey.
Yeah, and he opens them, like Brock opening his eyes.
Oh, God.
To kill Corvus.
Wait, Corvus.
All right, we're throwing names out here that I don't know of.
Poor Mayo.
Keksi and I look at Keksi and I kind of do a head nod.
God, what do you know of the Black Veil?
Miles gonna look around. Doesn't seem to be any guards here.
Knight. Excuse me.
We earn our title. Black Veil are just a bunch of kooks. Crazy about magic and stuff. Which, as well. Magic isn't forbidden. Just not looked upon. You're not supposed to be flamboyant and magic. But subtle stuff is fine.
Usually with your kind, you deny the existence and its entity.
As Milo says this, he pulls out his halberd and slams it on the ground.
What the fuck?
As he casts Eternal Doom and summons all of the demons back.
Summon incarnate, yeah, cool.
As he summons Spirit Shroud, and behind him, if you don't mind me doing this, DM.
Yeah, I mean, if you're gonna cast it, go ahead and cast it, man.
As behind him, a purple ghostly image that Kaioken would immediately recognize, looking exactly like Emiko in full armor, appears behind him as he goes. It's easy to do. It's just moderation is the key.
Flavor wise, are you doing like the Naruto thing where they have like the ghost projection behind them?
You mean like a stand?
Right? Yeah, it's like Star Platinum.
He's
okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's his persona, yeah.
Gotcha.
Well, I admit that does instill some trust that you're willing to cast that. Wow. Okay, I didn't see that coming.
I mean, you saw what he did back at the compound, correct?
Yes.
I can do that too. Like it's something that comes with training. It's not like a magical art. It's something that comes with practice and time. And
well,
he sheets his halberd and
thank you for being a
vision disappears.
A decently...
my old. Go ahead. Sorry, I'm interrupting you.
Thank you for not being a. You cast a shroud to show that there was no shroud on your brain.
Mark off that spell slot, by the way.
Yeah.
I think that's like what, a third?
That's a third, yeah.
Please.
My old mind needs some knowledge with this new day and age. And I'm going to cast guidance and touch Keksi's shoulder. Your wisdom is profound. You can do this. As I do that, is there a different, like a lesser frequency of magic, or is like the what I'm trying to perceive with the higher, like that big aura of magic? Is it the similar spectral, like, is there more voice that comes out with a triple replicate, or is there less of a voice? Or...
as you cast that spell, which I believe has a verbal component, right?
Yes.
Give me an Arcana check.
15 plus 1 is 16.
You would see that there is a slight difference. There's not like a 15 decibel difference, you know what I mean?
Okay, that's kind of what I was trying to
Yeah,
figure
yeah.
out. Like if
It's
there's higher spells that make more noise. Or
it doesn't feel as taxing to you as you cast this spell, because you know the way that I see the spell casting in this, like the spell slot justification and stuff, is I see this as you have a certain level of stamina, right, that you use up per day or per long rest or per short rest if you're a warlock or a sorcerer or whatever, right? You have a certain number of spells, and those take a certain amount of energy that you have, that you get back whenever you go to sleep, right? You replenish your energy.
Right.
And so with this, it is less taxing on your system, and it nets almost the same amount of effort, but it doesn't strain your system as much, if that makes any sense. It'd be like the difference of bench pressing 125 versus 155 pounds, right? Like, that's a considerable amount of effort for you, but the movement and the lockout is the same.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like the output looks about the same, but you have to exert more of your own force.
Interesting.
To do it.
Side tangent. Sorcerers should be constitution based.
Of course. Yeah, 100%. They should be a constitution based spellcaster for sure.
Back into the game. So we have just both established spell casting between Mayo and Kaioken, as he's looking at him, and has his hand still on Keksi. I think we're all on the same page with things. We have learned, regrettably, through a loss of a dear friend and love interest, that we should not be flagrantly casting magic within the streets.
I think you mean ex-love interest.
I mean, she might still.
I mean,
no. Did
he
you
was
see that
pretty
lady
hot.
did you see that lady boner she had for fucking
she's moved on.
No, I mean, New Deus. New Deus is pretty hot.
Yeah, he is.
He's got a whole third
he
arm.
Definitely has a silver tongue. Elbow nudge.
Are you magic there, Keksi?
I mean, being Fae, I mean, I guess I am magical, but I don't do magic.
No. It's fun. You see this building? It's a spell. Magic. I love it.
How have you gone so long without them noticing this? You must have ways of discreting their gaze.
It's permanent now.
Oh, so
I don't have to cast
building.
it. Yes.
Oh, so you made this building under the guise
a long time ago.
Oh, that makes sense.
Anyways, he just points at a candle, pow, and a green flame appears on it that turns into a normal flame. As he prestidigitations.
So, no, please go ahead. Unless you guys were gonna.
Anyway, as you were saying, I asked you about the Black Veil, and you said they were just a bunch of pretty much miscreants, right? Who just caused trouble.
In town, I mean, I do seem to remember tales of them seeming to have an interest in magic, but in town, as far as I can remember, it's mostly just magic is still alive and street yellers and stuff.
Yeah,
like
mostly
that.
it's just people that it's just them trying to
pretty
recruit.
much police it like they're pretty much the rulers of magic, right?
Not to what Mayo's ever seen. Mayo's never actually seen an abduction by them.
Of course.
I mean, I came here with a caravan. That's how I first got to Koran. And they talked about, like, if you showed a potential of casting power, they would be like, we are going to hone you. But I've never seen that. The farthest I've seen is the crier on the corner. And again, one look at him and you see he's just a loony.
And he, when you stop talking, Nigel instantly slams his hands on his desk. And that's exactly what they want you to think. What if I told you, sir, that these were the scourge of our time, that will bring about the end of our times as we know it, that they are holding the might and magic all to themselves to eventually rise up and tear down everything that you would ever love and hold dear. And there would be nothing you could do about it.
So it's the end of the world as we know it.
For they have already started, and they are good at what they do, sir. For they have been doing it for a long, long time now. They are very patient. They are very crafty. Sorry. They're very patient. They're very crafty. They're very smart. But most of all, they are very strong.
So, if you were doing recruiting, I'd be in. But I belong to an order already. On top of that, I don't know if you've seen outside the wall. And I haven't been out there in quite some time, except for small escort missions outside of the zones, outside of the city. It isn't the greatest place out there. Like,
if I could prove it, I might even assume they were the cause of it, but I doubt it.
I mean, if tales are to be told, then
Nil
Kaioken.
Coroneth. Have you ever heard of this Coroneth?
Corinth.
Corinth.
Nile Corinth.
the Coroneth virus, how it destroyed the magic.
We've been in a shutdown
then
for 100 years.
Then the Black Veil tried to microchip us with those damn vaccines of magic. God damn them.
The 5G guidance chips would not allow.
Okay, so tangent aside on the Coroneth, he did ask you guys if you guys have ever heard of Corinth, Nile Corinth, which no way. Again, hold on, I'm froze. Yep. All right. Oh, there it is. Hey, hi, we're back. No,
Oh, there he is.
so what I was saying was that he.
Where the fuck did Amanda come from? Oh my god.
She's underneath. She's got a propagation box. Anyway, so all tangents aside, you guys would actually know that he did in fact say, have you heard of Nile Corinth? And Kaioken and Keksi would, guaranteed. Mayo, you would not have heard of him at all, but you two, Kaioken and Keksi, would know he is the one who destroyed Hearth and Vale. He is the one who, as far as you guys know, is the leader of the Black Veil.
Yeah, at that point, Kaioken's like kind of like scratching the back of his head, like, what? No, I haven't heard his first name, but I do. The name Corinth rings a bell. I have a let's call it a friend in the Black Veil who helped me get out of my imprisonment. And at this point, I do the whole catch up. I give the whole story of Kaioken's being turned to stone, who I was after this information. Like I feel like there's a trust that has been placed, and then I'm receiving and putting forth the trust. With Kaioken says his prologue stuff, the blah 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 blah. I don't want to do it again. So
Right.
know everything that you guys all already know. And that, yes, we spoke with Tribute this morning. We saw Corvus. We have not met Corvith. Right? Is that?
Corinth, you've met Corvus. Corinth was the elf who destroyed Hearth and Vale. So you've seen him. Yeah, you've seen him, but you haven't like interacted with him, basically.
Yeah. And I feel like Keksi and I are on similar terms that we wish the world to be a better way, but we have to play in a world's, standpoint to, not do magic fragrantly, because
that's what they want you to think. You see,
sorry, not to interrupt, but the moment that he's regaling you about his history, Tribute. You remember when Tribute was found, and you remember how basically Tribute is just like he's just a little shit to you. He was found having some sort of weird, it's an amalgamation of sorcerer power and warlock ability when you guys found him. He took patronage from Kaylin, who is, as far as you can remember, ebon-skinned woman, white dreadlocks, so on and so forth. He took patronage from her. So she gave him more powers on top of what he already had. But he is the most, out of the people that you met in your time, he's the most volatile out of all of them, because he was the one who was never taught restraint. And Kaylin used him back in the day when you would know, used Tribute more like a hand grenade. She would pull the pin and throw him, and then he would just do his thing, which usually was death, destruction, extreme prejudice with what you would see. He committed some very seriously horrible atrocities roughly like 90 years ago or so. Including, but not limited to, the destruction of an entire village of half-elves that had cloistered together to try to fight him. He single-handedly killed 30 or 40 half-elven people just south of the Dead Woods in an attempt to kill one Arcane Eye member, which he did successfully. He turned him into a gibbering mouther.
So, where you were wrong there is that they are not your friend. I think you said something about your family, but that they actually don't have them, this Arcane Eye does?
I think... I don't know. I've been hoping to find that out, but in the meantime...
Well...
the last I saw them, they were in a keep of Mount Osaran, and my wife is a capable druid, so I trust that if they're not in imprisonment, they may be able to find their way out, but I don't know who currently
obtains them.
Well, far be it from me to expect you to believe it coming from a stranger, if you will, but in my opinion, I would never expect to see your family alive again, especially if the Black Veil has them. That's just not what they do. And this tribute, you might think he's your friend from how he acts, but let me tell you something. He doesn't know what a friend is. He might know the word. He might have seen friends. He might act like a friend, but he is not your friend. I have seen when this tribute was found. He follows Kalen. Have you heard of the correct tool for a job? To use the stick or the feather? Well, this tribute is most definitely the stick. And let me tell you, Kalen is definitely a stick user. He has committed more atrocities in his younger age than most people would ever hope to read about. He is no one's ally, and he is never to be trusted. He might kiss you, as well as he might turn you inside out and keep you alive for as long as possible. All the while singing you poems of love and mystery and nightmares.
Kaioken, what he's saying would likely give you flashbacks to Bantam, John the Bandit, that whole volatile mood swing that you interacted with him with at the base of the World Tree.
Even worse, he is strong. I have no idea how he gained his original power, but he gained more through Kalen. And let me tell you, these 4, let's call them horsemen, will bring about the apocalypse of this world. This Nile Corinth, Gerald, Corliss, and this Galen. And let me tell you, all the things I know about them are true. For I met this Nile Corinth, and I was one of his original members of the Black Veil. I was there before it started. I helped save Croninth's life, in fact. Well, we met upon the road, this Gerald. We also met this Corvus, and he emphasizes particular hatred of Corvus. And this Kalen. For Croninth was our leader. Gerald was our wise sage. Corvus was our overwhelming willpower. Galen was more of a subversive one, but I was the overwhelming force of our group. But they betrayed me and left me for dead. Me, their brother. We all fought in arms together, side by side, for years. But I was easily cast aside and left for dead, for they all still think I'm dead. Even that little shit tribute. But I kept myself alive through this abomination they helped turn me into. And I promised myself that one day I would find another group of adventurers, and together we would take down these heralds of doom of this age. As he kind of deflates as he sits back down in his chair. So tired.
As he lights a cigarette from busting that info load.
As he does another burn. That lights the cigar.
Nice.
Well, that was very informative. So you were cast out by these horsemen, you said?
I was murdered.
You were murdered by the horsemen.
Yes.
Interesting.
That would explain the skeletons a bit, I think.
All right.
Have we? I don't think we've tied that together yet. Do we know the people that have been following us have been skeletons?
Listen.
For what it's worth, during the fight, you guys knew that they were skeletons.
Right.
You guys found that out. Unless something's different, there's really no difference in the robes that these skeletons are wearing now. Thank you. Versus besides the crude, like childlike drawings, there really isn't any difference. So they look exactly the same, except that they have childlike drawings. So they might not even look like different people. I don't know if that's like something that Kaioken will put together. That like
They
these.
did see the other guys be destroyed, but I mean.
Yeah, but like seeing these 6 people looking exactly like the other 6 people just a couple of hours ago, they're, you know. I mean, I don't want to lead a horse, but like.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
perception
listen,
isn't necessary.
6 skeletons.
But they're not here.
Yeah.
Murder people, and he goes, don't know him. And then today he shows up with 6 more people,
Yeah.
all dressed almost exactly alike,
And we travel
and goes,
with them.
we say sorry with the new people's names. I mean, 1 + 1 equals 2. Sword plus stomach equals stab.
Hey, these are new swords.
But who is controlling them?
Court.
What? Mystery will
Wait,
never
the
find
six
out.
the 6 skeletons or
Oh, I thought you said who was controlling like Black Belt. I thought he was talking to me.
who's
We're going down the skeleton rabbit hole.
Are you guys actually talking about skeletons right now?
Yeah.
in game?
Oh.
I mean,
We have all noticed on the travels, we've seen bony feet and, you know, wrists of skeletons. And as you had them wait outside, and then as we traveled to here, we've kind of put it together that these skeletons are following you, and 2 of them killed individuals. So are they acting on their own, or what is happening?
No, I said attack, they attacked. I wasn't, let's say, as defined as I should have been.
Are you able to hold with strength with killing innocents? Is that?
Oh, yes. Like I said, I do apologize for that. It
Well-
said so in the card.
The card's nice. I still have it. Good drawing. But you know that we just lost a member of our dear band.
I did not know
morning.
that.
Yes, we
Who have you lost?
spoke of that earlier about Deus, our friend.
He's dead?
He's
I don't remember telling me he was dead.
he's worse than dead.
Oh, so he lives. Well, I'm sure if you told me about him, you told me about Corvus. Yes, that does seem like his mark.
It is worse than death. He is a husk of a man with the light through his eyes that pleads for forgiveness and hatred.
Yes,
He
it's truly a terrible thing, yes.
Torn and ripped apart physically. He is not a man anymore. He needs to be ended. And he is Corvus's incarnate. What we wish to do is, yes, put an end to that. But we don't know where to start that right now as the hunters. After we deal with the hunters, then we can deal with the Black Veil.
Yes, let's take out the small fry first. Get our joints moving, as they will. Get our teamwork down.
Yes. So what is your skill set? What do you bring to a fight?
Me, I'm not much of a fighter. I have some support magic, but it's my children that fight for me, and I'll tell you, they are actually pretty good in a scrap. The ones you've met are actually my weaker of the rest. And let me tell you, they will definitely help out if you need something to take the blows. I don't know if any of you have any issues with taking damage and going down, but you're more than welcome to hide behind one of my children.
No, I'm pretty okay with being hit. I'm pretty hardy. Still with my old back. But, your children, can we meet one of them, or?
He kind of closes his eyes for a second and then opens them. Ah, sure. As three of them come up, and they just kind of like go into the room and just kind of.
You cut out. You cut out.
They come into the room and they just kind of click around.
Oh.
Yeah. yeah, essentially like that.
They have odd manners.
When I don't give them orders, they just kind of stand there and try not to get hurt. I basically command them to take down their hoods. So that they take down their hoods. Once they take them down, you just see, pristine.
Reveal a beautiful man.
Yeah, the pristine skull. On the back of his neck, you can see like the end of kind of a bow.
Like a bow, like a bow and arrow bow.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
I was thinking like at Christmas.
Yeah. No, you see these like pristine, like bleached, these like bleached white like bones. They look like a stereotypical skeleton, just in these black robes. They go up and there's no eyes, so like their heads are just sort of like turned kind of towards Nigel, and then they just sort of like survey the area as they just stand there.
Nigel kind of reaches into his own cloak and pulls out this big tome and kind of puts it on the table. The tome's kind of intricately woven. It just screams evil. And
it's the Necronomicon.
Near the clasp to open the book, there looks like this little tongue.
Yeah.
And once I escaped and found myself alive, I found this tome in the dead woods to the north. He unclasps it. As he unclasps it, the tongue just licks his fingers. Kind of. Through this, I've trained myself as a necromancer of old. And I have empowered these children to be much stronger than your average bear. These aren't my strongest, but my strongest require much concentration.
I mean, they are definitely formidable, as we've seen. This magic is strange to me. I have not seen it firsthand in this.
Roll me a history check.
2 plus a 1 is a 3.
You have.
I have, but not like so, like
Not this in
on
depth.
this side.
Yeah,
right?
not this in depth. You have. There was a particular person.
Mm-hmm.
It's evading you at this point in time. But you're like, yes, nah. We just sort of watched him kill himself.
After
That does happen with necromancers.
I think I know exactly what you're talking about. And what I was kind of alluding to is like the ideology of this thing is familiar, but it's different in a different magic casting sense. Like, I don't know how the fuck it works, but I know it can work. It do the thing, Yugi. Yeah, this is strange, but it could be very helpful. I can do something similar, but it's a lot more taxing. It sounds like we're all on the same path to a greater goal, correct?
Yes.
Yes, I agree to help you take down these hunters. They do sound like a hindrance.
Hey, real quick, Keksi. Sorry, not to cut you guys off, but Keksi.
Yeah.
Inside of your head, you hear a creak. Yeah. No, inside of your head, you hear.
Bring this one to Corvus. Bring this one to Corvus. He will want to speak.
That's it.
And then I'll continue. But
yes.
Can you also hold some restraint for the townsfolk? There will be numbers of bodies that you can acquire because it's
Of course. One thing though, we might be in a bind, and if we're in a bind, I might need to rise a couple of them to help defend us. Of course, I would not be the one that ends them, but, well, if they're dead already, they could still be useful.
I see how that would be fair game. Just no acquiring new companions or children from innocence, if that's permissible.
Yes, if I don't have to, I definitely won't. I'm not building an army here.
Let's just not do the same thing we did this morning as Kaioken.
Yes,
yes, holding is.
I will definitely order them more carefully from now on.
I think we're in agreement and have a direction.
We have an accord.
A lead.
What is it your group calls themselves?
We do not have a formal name.
Oh. That's rare.
We should talk
think
about
of one.
it, though. Yeah, we should. Like,
before that one peels over and dies. As he looks back over at Keksi. Oh, let me remind you, we are on a timetable here.
Yeah.
I don't know how long, but every time I've seen someone with that shadow, they die.
She looks at Nigel and she nods blankly and points to her head. I'm not supposed to tell anybody, but maybe this is a way to work around it. I don't say that to them, but Yeah.
So what did you do?
I look at you and I nod like yes, like blank stare, and I point to my head.
Do I know how Corvus's magic works?
Make me an Arcana check.
big money, don't whammies.
Remind me, who did you take your patronage from?
Kalen.
Gotcha. Corvus, he specifically is very, very astute at a very rare kind of magic called flesh warping. That is what you have seen him use the most. Able to take people's physical forms and transmute them into other shapes and forms.
Sorry, so he does flesh warping. He's able to take their physical form.
He's able to take their physical form and transmute them. With that Arcana check, you would know based off of the research that you did when you killed that Arcane Eye member. It's entirely possible, and in just to give you like a little bit of a real world insight, shadows have weight. I don't know if you know this. They actually have a near imperceptible amount of mass.
Air has weight, yeah.
Right, but shadows specifically. Some people use it as like a weird philosophical thing about like the soul or whatever the fuck. But Corvus, one of the things that he enjoyed the most. That was weird. There was a car alarm. Anyways, one of the things that he enjoyed the most was when he figured out that he could literally take people's shadows, detach them, and add them to his own. It was what you would consider like his opus magnum, as he's the kind of person to constantly be trying to create more experiments with transmuting people's physical forms, and after their shadows, being able to manipulate those people using their shadows, gaining powers from stealing their shadows and giving them a sort of a false one, if you will. Yeah, if you want to tell that or whatever to the group.
Say, how long have you had that? He kind of gets up and kind of walks over to her.
Was it been like 5 or 7 days now?
We've
been 15 days total, right? Or 16 days?
16, I think.
I think it's been roughly about 9 days since then. Since Keksi's curse.
Yes.
I think.
I don't know his timetables for when I was with him. It was probably different than it was now, but he looks at Kaioken. Has she ever acted odd? Maybe tripped over her feet, or attacked the wrong person, or acted oddly?
The shadow had
I don't mean the shadow, I mean her.
No, I don't believe so, but her shadow had stretched out and consumed a party member of ours.
Ugh, that's new.
He tried to latched onto him, and then
he kind of whispers under his breath, Corvus, you advance in your research day by day, don't you, God? He puts his hand on your forehead. Have you ever blacked out? Maybe had fits of losing time?
I believe I have once, right?
Yes.
No. Yeah.
So you went unconscious when you died. You were unconscious for like nearly an entire day, or at least overnight into the next morning. Yeah. When Therai cast the Death Ward spell on you, you died and then came back.
Yeah, we let him know that.
That was when you had gone through the whole nightmare situation where Corvus was torturing you.
Yep.
He kind of bends down so that he's like very close to your ear and whispers, Corvus is an ugly, undignified ruffian who never amounted to anything magical-wise. He's so ugly and repulsed by his own skin that he rather affect and warp those around him. He's a coward, unpowerful sorcerer in his own right, that he has to steal the power of others. Isn't that disgusting? Doesn't that disgust you? Isn't he a worm? Isn't he like a putrid little snail shedding his shell? As he just continues to insult Corvus in her ear.
Keksi, in your head.
He is the first to die.
You see. Go ahead.
Bring him to Corvus.
So what he's looking for is he's looking for her to move. Like maybe like trying to hit him or something. So he kind of says this and kind of just watches her.
She winces when she hears the voice inside her head and just kind of breathes heavy.
Yeah, kind of, moves his head around. Well, like I said, I'm working on outdated information, but I'll tell you this. Corvus could take control of people from their shadow. Not ultimate control, at least not right away. But he could manipulate them from their shadows. And let me tell you, taking people's shadows is what he enjoys the most. This being a person that warps the flesh of people and transmutes them into abominations like you've seen. Yet, this sadist enjoys taking shadows.
What happens if someone takes his shadow, though?
I don't know.
Because this is not my shadow.
Real quick, Keksi Kaioken.
Brain, I want to attack the shadow.
Okay. Before you do that.
At any point after the.
Right. Both of you two get flashbacks of the tree-like flesh monster in the bottom bowl of the ritual chamber, as he talks about transmuting into disfigured abominations. And when you guys killed that thing, the celestial being underneath was freed. Mm-hmm. But go ahead and keep saying what you're saying, Nigel. Maya, what are you doing in this interim? Are you just like watching this? You're muted.
I forgot I muted myself. Maya was just watching because none of this pertains to him. Like, cool, he's learning about the Black Veil. But even then, like, these names are being tossed around like everyone in the room knows them, and he's just like, cool, flesh warping, fucking sounds like something you can kill. Wait, we can fucking do that.
Yeah. How does just from like a somewhat meta standpoint, as how does he feel being in the midst of a real adventuring party at this point? Because these are big brain like conversations.
This isn't just an adventuring party anymore either. Like Keksi and Nigel, cool, fucking they're like to him, they're like co-star. And the main star of the show he's staring at. Like fucking Kaioken. And he said the name. He knows it's Kaioken now. Unless he's going by a false identity. But even then, it's not just, oh yeah, Emiko, the breaker of the Legion, you know, she fucking kicked some ass. No, it was like the breakers of the Legion, not just one. So there was probably stories about that as well.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
he's like,
of course.
Like, yeah, he's like, when they're bringing up names and when he's like, oh yeah, no, Corvus is a piece of shit. He's a worm. He's like, all right, cool.
Yeah. So
what's up, big man?
So as you're like kind of like, ooh, right? Nigel, keep saying what you're saying, and then Kaioken, you just straight up attack the ground.
Yeah, so I see, or I'm sure I'm hear a little bit of the insults, and then maybe, I don't know if I see like the shadow shift, but I do definitely, because I'm attuned with Keksi, I see her kind of like tense up a little bit with some sort of problem, which I've seen it. This would be the second time, maybe insight or perception, but at that point where I hear like the shadow, like the shadow is a problem, shadow is a problem, shadow is a problem. That's the point where I'm like,
shadow's a problem. So I fucking go in to attack the shadow to try and push it.
You do that. You don't have to roll to attack. You just slam down on it. It's not even a miss. You hit the shadow. It doesn't like get out of the way. You hit the shadow, and you would hear that. You guys have heard this only one other time before. You would hear the almost like the Mario Boo laugh.
Yeah,
Right, that is. Yeah, right, like that disembodied like laugh, just off in the distance, and you would see the shadow down on the ground. Just give you the finger. Keksi, inside of your head,
You tread carefully. Corvus will not appreciate dissension.
My floor! Calm down, it is a shadow.
Well, I mean, I don't know how it works. So you said it was bad, and I just want to save my friend. So
if it was that easy to treat, a lot more people would still be alive. But it does seem to have some control over.
We'll guide us, because Keksi's life is important to me.
Do I know any way we could think of to treat this?
well,
Kill the Corvus.
you could kill Corvus, of course. That's always an option because the one who controls the spell. That's Magic 101. If you wanted to detach essentially a curse, right? If you wanted to detach this thing from this person on a level that is equal to Corvus's magic, whatever that is, you yourself called him overwhelming power. At this stage, you would likely be looking for somebody who surpasses even your own magical prowess to be able to do that. Or no, that was, never mind. Yeah, that would be it, because there's you did your thing before they figured some other stuff out. So there's that.
I mean, it boils down essentially, I guess, to being a curse. You could find someone to try to dispel the curse, but you would need a very powerful individual to have a chance.
You, and I try and do dispel magic on the
What level?
shadow. 3rd level is the base.
What level are you going to cast it at?
Dispel magic is 3rd level.
You can upcast it if you have higher spell slots.
No,
Okay, yeah, so that's what I'm asking. Okay, so go ahead and roll me a d20 then. I believe you're using your spellcasting ability, spellcasting modifier. Read the spell out. If you're trying to break a thing that is higher than, I believe you add
Your creature, any spell 3rd or lower. If it's a spell of 3rd or lower, it ends. For each spell level 4th or higher, so each higher equals DC equals 10 plus the level spell.
Okay.
On a successful check, the spell ends.
Yes.
So if it's highest level 9, it'd take a DC 19.
Yes.
So, roll me a d20 then.
10.
You and then it just like you would see the shadow just sort of like quiver a little bit. It almost looks like as if there was like some slight like radiation that just sort of like real fast. Two things. One, Nigel, this tower, while permanent, is still a magical construct. Not that he's gonna dispel your thing because it's permanent. That's not the case. But what you would know in casting this spell is that you have created a time dilation by creating this thing. So you would know just inherently your own clock. You guys are now jumping ahead an hour beyond the time that you have taken to do all of this stuff. in its current iteration, which takes you guys to about 2 hours or so. but within here, it's kind of like the whole like if you're moving at super fast speed, like time going and you like aging slowly. To you guys, it all feels like the same hour. Outside of this place, it has gone by an extra hour on top of that. Now, two, how big would you say this tower is if you had to give it?
Floors.
No, I mean like area per floor.
Oh, I think it actually says. Okay, got it here. Each level is 10 feet tall and up to 100 square feet.
Okay, so we've got 100 square feet to work with in a hexagon shape. It is at that point that everybody would hear this.
That is the last straw. You meddle in affairs above your understanding. Prepare to die.
Which is in the large Keksi. Make me a Constitution saving throw.
Oh shit.
Okay.
18.
Okay, cool. So Keksi, you can feel the life draining out of you. I need you to, as the shadow begins to grow, it almost feels like it's taking your own life force to make itself grow. I need you to rid yourself of all of your hit dice as it drains the rest of your natural abilities. As it does, it begins to form. Go to your hit points. Click on your hit points, I think. No, never mind. Go to short rest. Short rest. Yeah, that box. And then take all of them and get them all out of there. And then click on take short. Yep, check them. Check every single one of them.
And then just cast them if you're at full
And
health.
then go down to take short rest when they're all used up. Perfect. Okay. So.
It didn't even up me though.
I know. Because you're not using that. They're being stolen from you. As this thing grows and stretches, you see it begins to take a physical form, pulling itself off of the ground, and begins to take a three-dimensional shape of a dragon.
Oh shit.
And it rears its head up in this 10-foot tall space. It rears its head back and begins to exhale its breath, and that's where we're going to end it tonight. We're gonna pick it up next week, or I mean, probably tomorrow, actually, with you guys fighting the shadow.
Shadow dragon.
Ooh, he's gonna make my room.
Yep, this is gonna be fun.
All right, so end session.
That's it. Do we want to do goals? I think people accomplished quite a bit of goals.
Yeah.
Okay, understand that you won't be leveling up tonight, even if you push yourself past that point. Okay, so just keep that in mind.
Yeah. I don't think we did that many goals.
Question about.
Oh, sorry.
I do have a question about last session when we did experience. I wasn't sure the experience value that we had was already divided before we added.
The one that I had you guys add to each?
Yeah, for the 3 sessions that we didn't do experience.
Mm-hmm.
I just wasn't sure if we had already divided that between before because none of us added to our characters.
No. Yeah. I pre-added when we were doing the math last night. I pre-added that to this. Yeah. That acted as the base for the rest of your guys' stuff.
I just wasn't sure if we were dividing it twice. So
right,
and because we didn't do shit like for 3 sessions with goals. So that totally makes sense.
Yeah. It ended up being one short goal and a one session and one short.
And then
I can bring up the memory.
And then we had several fails.
Yes, yes, you guys did.
Any inspirations?
Actually, I'll give everybody inspiration now. I don't know if you want to burn it.
I'm not burning that
because you're about to go to town with and I cannot stress this enough, this is not a random encounter. Okay, when we go into this next, like tomorrow, this is going to be a very important encounter for Keksi, for Nigel, for Kaioken.
What about John?
Johnson?
We'll find out.
Fucking caves, man.
Yeah, here's the thing. Yesterday would not have affected this in particularly as much. Today not being here, he's just missing out on a regular old session. But I'm not going to completely stomp him out on joining. Playing tomorrow, there will be plenty of things that he can play as. Just not John Ryder, unfortunately, because there's no feasible, realistic way for John Ryder to show up here. Like, period.
Yeah.
He can do a lot of other things on the side if he wants to, but I think I might end up just seeing if he wants to do like a little one shot or whatever throughout the week if we're lucky enough.